Good evening. This is a meeting of the Select Board for Tuesday, October 12th, 2021. The Select Board will be entering into executive session for the purposes of litigation. If doing so in open session would have a detrimental effect on our negotiating positions, and the chair so declares. The board will reconvene in open session around 6 p.m. All those in favor of entering into executive session? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
All right, I'm going to ask our colleagues at BIG to
Good evening. This is a regular meeting for the Select Board for Tuesday, October 12th, 2021. Let's go to announcements and updates. I understand that some of my Select Board members would like to make some announcements. John, I know you wanted to speak. Bernard, did you still want to say something?
Yes.
Okay. Why don't Bernard, why don't you go first? Because I think John has visuals.
Okay, I don't have any visuals. Last Sunday, Heather and I attended a reception held by the Boston Athletic Association prior to the marathon. The BAA used the occasion to highlight the contributions of many Native American runners in the marathon over the years, and included a number of important guests. Of course, the Boston Mayor Janey was one of the speakers, but also in attendance was Interior Secretary Deb Haaland, who is the first Native American cabinet secretary in the history of the United States of America, and was a runner in the race. Also, Patty Dillon, a Native runner who helped pave the way for women runners in the 1970s and 80s. And Ellison Brown, who I was privileged to have the opportunity to have a nice long conversation with. Ellison Brown is the grandson of Ellison Tarzan Brown, who won the 40th Boston Marathon in 1936, but he also ran in the 1936 Olympics in Berlin, where, if you read your history, Hitler's Aryan supremacy claim was humiliated by Jesse Owens and Tarzan Brown. So my thanks to the Boston Athletic Association for a very enjoyable and enlightening evening. Really appreciate it. I have another statement. I was planning on making a statement on the Gerald Alston special town meeting and what I think of as the monetization of white guilt by Mr. Alston's agents. But that case appears to be behind us, and I want everyone to know that I wish Mr. Alston all the best. But Brookline, unfortunately, will continue to suffer from what I'm calling the weaponization of white guilt by inaccurate pronouncements by some, including too many town meeting members, that Brookline, my town, is a terrible, racist town. And I ask people to stop it. It's not true. And it just hurts our town and everything we're trying to do in this town. Beyond that, I have no further comment. Thank you.
Thank you. John?
Thank you to the chair, and to the great relief of the chair, I actually have a little egg timer, which I'm going to use to time my 2 minutes. I'll show it to you at the end. Devin has put up, oh, here, I can show it to you now. There it is. Devin has put up a map of redistricted Brookline as envisioned by the state legislative redistricting committee. And to explain, first of all, be aware that this is not the final, necessarily the final map, but could very likely be the final map. The 15th Norfolk district is the district currently represented by Tommy Vitolo. The 17th Suffolk district, which you see overlapping Brookline and taking in precinct 13, is represented by Kevin Honan of Brighton. The blue mass, which connects to blue mass in Newton, is currently the 17th Middlesex district, is represented by Ruth Balzer. And then you see in the position at the bottom corner, precinct 16, which will continue to be represented, or at least is in the district currently represented by Edward Coppinger. So everybody loves playing with maps, and that includes me. This is going to have consequences for Brookline. It's certainly going to have consequences for the town meeting redistricting committee. People should take a look at the website where the state legislature has published this map. And I thank them for making it easy to read and understandable. And that's my 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, John. I chair the redistricting committee. We meet weekly, Thursdays at 7 p.m. So anyone interested in following that process, please attend. And we usually have public comment. We really like to hear from members of the public. So, and I think there's a Google sheet that, or form that one of the members created to be able to send around to get feedback from people who cannot attend the meeting. So I will try to post that in the chat once I go through my emails and try to find the link. Miriam.
Thank you, Heather. I do have a few words about the special town meeting. I will keep it brief. Last week at special town meeting, this town came together to right a wrong and address a long overdue injustice. Thank you to those who led that charge and for your dedication, persistence, and moral compass. Something else happened last week. Our friend and colleague, Dr. Fernandez, one of the most upstanding, honest, transparent, and courageous individuals I know, had his integrity questioned and impugned. From day one, Dr. Fernandez stood up for what is right, for justice and fairness. I still personally remember the first time at the microphone at town meeting, his powerful, thoughtful words motivating us to action. Dr. Fernandez was treated in a shameful way at last week's town meeting in a failed attempt to silence him, literally silence him. He will not be silenced. We will not be silenced. The more you try to push down progressive voices for change, the stronger and louder we get. Some in this town talk about civil discourse. Well, if you want civil discourse, you should try modeling it. What happened last week was nothing more than a perfect example of what systems of oppression and the structures that support white supremacy look like in action. We can't sit by and allow it without calling it out and acting on it. I want to personally thank Dr. Fernandez, who is currently on his honeymoon, for his leadership, his integrity, and his courage. I want to thank the many people who stood up, who spoke up and made their voices heard, and especially for those of us who voted yes. We still have a lot of work to do, so let's get started. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. So let's slide into public comment unless there are any other news or updates, announcements. Okay, well, because we don't have Dr. Fernandez here, I'll just say that whoever signs up gets 3 minutes to speak. We wish him all the best and welcome him back next week.
The first person signed up for public comment is Neil Gordon. Neil, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Unmuted, thank you. I'm Neil Gordon, Precinct 1 town meeting member of the advisory committee, and I'm a Vietnam veteran. Last week, the Public Safety and Personnel subcommittees of the advisory committee met to consider warrant Article 3, petitioned by you, the Select Board. Article 3 asks the legislature to allow Brookline to opt out of civil service as it applies to our police department. There are valid reasons to opt out of civil service and valid reasons not to. It was clear at the subcommittee's meeting that your bringing of Article 3 is too much too soon, but that's not what brings me here this evening. Among the considerations given at the hearing for opting the police out of civil service was the current civil service veterans preference. Preference is given to disabled veterans, and children of deceased or severely injured officers were described as, quote, outdated, unquote, in materials supplied to the subcommittees. Veterans, a protected class, and more specifically, a Brookline protected class. You want to diversify the police department, hire more veterans. You want a police department that cares about this community, hire more veterans. You want a police department that takes an oath and faithfully honors that oath, hire more veterans. Talk to Chief Morgan and talk to Michael Keaveney, the union president. Talk to Bill McGroarty, the town's veteran service officer. Talk to me. The Public Safety Subcommittees, of which I'm a member, along with the members of the Personnel Subcommittee, recommend that Article 3 be referred back to you, the Select Board. Their softer advice was don't move Article 3 at all. It's good advice and I urge you to take it. This is a town meeting speech I'd rather not give, and perhaps one you'd rather not hear again. Thank you for your time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Deborah Brown. Deborah, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin.
Hi, my name is Deborah Brown. I'm a town meeting member. And, I wanted to thank my colleagues at town meeting for arriving at an incredibly difficult decision. I also want to recognize that select board, even though it was difficult, decided that it was time that, we take a serious look at a page in terms of how we treat race in our town. It doesn't mean that we're any worse, any more heinous at times than anywhere else. But what it does say is that we can recognize it. And you know what? We can pay for our wrongs. And I mean that metaphorically and literally, but that we are now in a place to move on. It means that, we want to be more thoughtful, I think, about how we treat other people. I think it means that we have an opportunity as well, to use the systems that we have. Am I running out of time, Deb? Oh, I thought I heard you. That we're using the resources that we have as robustly as possible. And that can be whether we're talking about, the racial equity audit that's underway, how we look at ARPA money. Look at this case as sort of an opening, an opportunity. And I will be the first to admit that $11 million hurts. But it may be that chance, rather than being something akin to, monetizing white guilt, but more a collective opportunity for this town to say, you know what, we're going to move ahead. We're going to move ahead with everybody. And so that's the challenge I see for select board. That's the challenge I see for everybody. Just ensuring that we do that in as kind of way as possible. Lastly, I was also very disappointed in the way that Raul was treated last week. I mean, I used to be a junkyard dog, and I would have never spoken to a public official in that manner. And I hope that there is a lesson in that for all of us. And so I thank you. And again, I want to congratulate the select board for making a really, really tough decision around the Alston case. So that's it.
At this time, there are 19 attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Great. Let's go into the miscellaneous. If there are no other public comments. So let's take the minutes first. There are two sets of minutes, one from October 5th, which feels like a million years ago, even though it was last Tuesday, and also August 27th. Does anybody have a preference as to whether or not I can move both at the same time, or if we take them one at a time? My preference is to move them both. Any edits? Seeing none, I move approval of both sets of minutes, one for October 5th, 2021 and August 27th, 2021. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And then before I do my spiel about the rest of the miscellaneous, I do want to give the town administrator an opportunity to talk about Ray Masak, who I just found out is going to be retiring. He looks too young to be able to be retirement age.
Well, yes. So under 6C of your miscellaneous agenda, which I know we take in a fairly omnibus way, I didn't want to lose the opportunity to let you know that that position is Ray Masak. Ray is retiring after 23 years of service to this town as a construction project manager, which is relatively unique for towns. But with the level of building we've done, we've brought our construction management for the most part in-house, and I think it's served the town very well. Ray has served on many signature projects that will survive his tenure and serve the town very well over the next many decades. He was involved in, of course, he's involved in the current high school project. but was also involved in the Lawrence School, the Heath School, the Town Hall, and the Health Department, and many other smaller projects that the town needs on its various buildings. And so, I think you all have worked with Ray and find him to be really a very great person and a very committed person. So I just wanted to have an opportunity to mention that before you vote to authorize the replacement of his position.
It's a real loss. I can't remember what meeting I was attending, but when I was first getting involved as a town meeting member, I attended some meeting about a building, and Ray was one of the very first staff members that I ever met, and he was just delightful. Okay, well, let me go through the miscellaneous calendar, 6B through 6I. Approving the authorization to hire for a senior maintenance craftsperson electrician in the Public Buildings Division of the Building Department. Request for hiring a project manager in Construction Renovation Division of the Building Department. Approving authorization to hire librarian 2 in the Circulation Division of the Library. Approving the addendum to the Youth Pass Program Agreement between the MBTA and the Town of Brookline. Awarding and executing an extra work order for Klopfer Martin Design Group, KMDG, for work at Lars Anderson in line with the town's Parks and Open Space Capital Improvement Plan and overall master plan. Approving reconstruction of Clinton Road at MassDOT Chapter 90 reimbursement request in the amount of little over $1 million. Approving change order number 4 to the contract between the town of Brookline and Gilbane Building Company to fund the geothermal technology for the Driscoll School project in the amount of $4.7 million as authorized by town meeting in October, on October 7th, 2021, and approving the event application from Brookline Chamber of Commerce for the 2021 First Light celebration on Saturday, November 20th, 2021 from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. with the primary event location in the Ridley School Horseshoe area. All those in favor, please say aye. Bernard.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Then, so the librarian position reminds me that there is an opening on the library trustees for anyone who is interested. The select board with the library trustees will conduct interviews, but anyone who is interested in applying for that vacancy consideration, please check our town website for more information. Okay, I think the next item on our agenda is Chief Sullivan.
Good evening. John Sullivan, Fire Chief, Emergency Management Director.
Right, Chief, you're up.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It is my intention tonight to come before the Select Board to ask for your approval to fill up to 11 vacancies in the fire department. Currently, we have 8 vacancies that currently exist. We have not, and you all got the backup materials that I sent to you. We have not had a class since June, graduated back in June of 2019, and through regular attrition. Between then and now, 2.5 years, we've got 8 vacancies, and we are anticipating another 3 by the time that we put the class on, 2 retirements, and then the settlement of the Gerald Alston case. And that would give us 11 vacancies for hire. As I indicated in the backup materials, we would be starting the process upon approval of the Select Board tonight, which means we would ask Civil Service for a certified list. The letters would go out. We would be asking Civil Service does a 2N+1. So 11 would give us 23 names. Right now, currently, We have 4 names that are under the 402A or 402B exemption lists for firefighters. Sons and daughters of police officers and firefighters who are killed in the line of duty or have 100% disabilities in the line of duty. There are 4 names there, and then the rest of the names are Brookline residents. We have 30 Brookline residents who appear on the list. And so our anticipation is that this class hopefully would come from all Brookline residents. We would start that process. They would have their opportunity to come down and sign and indicate that they would be interested in getting the job. And then they would fill out their packets for application, background checks, and then we would move forward after the background checks to the physical abilities testing, medical examinations, psychological examinations, and hopefully to start a class in mid-February, which would put our firefighters 14 weeks out at about the Memorial Day holiday, just before the Memorial Day holidays. So we'd have them on the apparatus just prior to the start of our summer vacation period in 2022. And I'd be glad to answer any other questions that the board might have.
Great. Miriam.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Chief Sullivan. I want to actually thank you very much for answering my call, for an explanation and calls, and doing it on such short notice while you had the marathon going on. So I really appreciate that. It was very helpful for me to understand the needs and what's happening with the department. So I really appreciate it. And I love the idea that you're going to be able to hire predominantly Brookline folks.
Glad to help. I'll be sure to give that kind of information going forward in the future as well.
Oh, that'd be great. Thank you.
Any other questions? I have a question if there are no immediate questions. I remember when I first got on the board, there was a video created to specifically try to recruit more women to be firefighters. How has that recruitment been going? Have we used that video? Have we even updated the video?
We have not updated the video since that production was made. That was done with grant money, and we haven't really updated it since then. But we do, according to the calculations, it doesn't specify on the civil service list gender, but by going by names, which is not always accurate, but by going by names, it appears that we have either 4 or 5 females on the list at various places along the line. So I don't know that we'll get to all of them or in the course, but there are a number of females who are appearing on the list right now as Brookline residents.
Great. Bernard.
Yeah, Chief Sullivan, with respect to the recruitment of women firefighters, could you give us a sort of status point on the infrastructure for female firefighters in the various stations? And is there anything we really need to do?
Absolutely. Thank you, Select Board Member Green. We of course came before you around a year ago, just before COVID, I guess, with a plan to put forward an aggressive renovation plan for all 5 of our fire stations. We did a needs analysis, and we got GGD to give us the breakdown on that. Since that time, we made some minor adjustments so that we could accommodate some things that were in immediate need, but we'll be moving forward in fiscal FY23, probably come before town meeting in the fall of next year for debt exclusion for renovating 4 fire stations and demolishing and rebuilding 1 fire station at Babcock Street, as was the suggestion and highly suggested by the engineers who did the plans for us. So that is still ongoing. Obviously, with the pandemic and other projects, we're kind of waiting in line, but we're still moving forward with that. We went before advisory committee last year where we got a 23-0, or I believe it was 21 or 23-0 vote in support of moving forward with the project.
Great. Miriam?
Yeah, just to follow up on Heather's great question about gender, if you could speak a little bit about how it looks on and how we address recruitment and hiring other diverse firefighters.
So it's always been a challenge with civil service. We're kind of at the behest of the way the civil service program works. We have in the past, and I honestly, in this last year with the pandemic, we didn't do as aggressive a recruitment program as we would have in the past. But we do have a list that includes minority firefighters, and generally speaking, we're always trying and looking to recruit both gender and minority firefighters and create that diversity to the best of our ability. And we're certainly looking for that. And with the new Human Relations Committee of the union, which I know many of you folks have spoken with, we'll be working even harder on those recruitment efforts with their help. So, it is kind of it's a difficult subject with civil service because it's in some ways it lends itself to diversity, in other ways it takes it away. So there's goods and bads with it.
Thank you.
John?
Yes.
This is me, John.
Oh, the other John.
John.
Sorry. I'll try to refer to you specifically as Chief Sullivan.
That's
I can only
John's
see one
put
picture at
together.
a time here. I'm sorry.
Real quickly, I want to thank the chief for some very educational session that some of us had on emergency management a week or so ago. I got a lot out of it. I'm sure everyone who participated got a lot out of it. I also wanted to just say a quick word of thanks for the participation of all the departments, fire, police, DPW, and so on, in the conduct of the Boston Marathon yesterday. It was one of the pleasures is walking the route, which I don't walk the whole route. I do walk the part that's at the end from Chestnut Hill up to the finish line. And it's just great to see all of the folks out in force from Brookline, and to realize how many terrific people we have every day, day in and day out, in all of those departments. And it's kind of a neat occasion for all of us to be able to see each other in the street and say hi. Now, as to the hiring, I'm just wondering if by chance we have a measure of how much have we been impacted in terms of the need to fill vacant positions. How much have we been impacted by COVID? If we were to take the number of firefighters that are perhaps, out of service right now because of some sort of, medical related issue that perhaps is COVID related, but perhaps not, it's not really that important one way or the other. But if you were to take the total number right now and compare it to the total number of a typical year pre-COVID at this time of year, do you think we would be seeing higher number that are out right now post-COVID than pre-COVID?
I don't think there's a direct correlation to pre and post-COVID. I only have one firefighter who is out currently with a specifically COVID-related illness, injury. And so I can't say that there is a definite correlation one way or the other to COVID. We do have an unusually high number at this moment of injured on duty firefighters for various reasons. Some that were training related, many of which were in the performance of their duties at fires and or at medical calls. And then some are just happenstance. Ladder fell on one of them. It's all over the place right now. But it's been my experience in my years that those things, wax and wane, they ebb and flow. You have a number of people out, and then you'll go a good stretch where there's only a couple of people that are out, and it's very hard to predict.
I just want to put a pin on something if that's okay for the future. Because, numbers I've looked at that are, numbers from what's called PERAC, PERAC, pensioned employees, retirement. You know what it stands for, and I don't.
Yep.
It's the retirement system. It's the state level of keeping track of all of the retirement systems all over the at municipalities all over the state.
Mhm.
And they keep numbers on things like disability retirements.
Mhm.
And, the numbers I've looked at suggest pretty convincingly that Brookline is at the high end of disability retirements. And, I would love us at some future time to sort of take on that issue and try to figure out if there is any kind of a connection to, perhaps some practices that we could change that would keep our firefighters on duty safe, healthy, and get our numbers in terms of disability retirements more in line with other communities.
I'd have to take a look at historical analysis of that, John.
Yeah.
I know that in the time that I've been here, in the since 2018, I can only recall one, maybe two disability retirements, but I think that'd be a better question for Frank Zika in the retirement office. But I don't see a big trend, at least not in the immediate past.
The raw numbers are very small numbers. You could take 2 to 3 a year, but then you take like over 10 years, and then you measure it against the total number of people who retired of those over those 10 years. And as a ratio of the number who retire, it does seem to show up on the high end. But I don't claim to be a perfect statistician, and I think I'd rather turn it over to somebody else to do the numbers analysis. But quick look at it seems to indicate we should look further.
So John, just follow up with the chief, give him your information. We do need to move on to our other calendar items. Any other questions? Remember, this is about the authorization to hire. Seeing none, we are going to take a vote then. I will move approval of the authorization to hire 11 firefighters. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you, and best to Ray Mazak. He's a wonderful guy.
We all agree.
So next on our calendar, I believe, is the Housing Advisory Board allocation and amendment request. Roger Blood, who is the chair, and Deb Morse will be presenting. Good evening, welcome.
Good evening. Thank you for having us timely. I'm Roger Blood, HAB chair, and we are here with a very good request for the select board this evening to approve a conditional commitment letter on behalf of the town in support of, Hebrew Senior Life's senior affordable housing project at 108 Center Street. And the letter is to endorse not only the project, but the town's contribution of $3.375 million toward this project in order to make it feasible. The project itself will bring 54 much needed affordable low-income senior housing units additional to the town's inventory of affordable housing. The location at 108 Center Street near Coolidge Corner is triple plus. The site itself is excellent in relation to a complex of senior housing service supported buildings that are already at that location and very close to the senior center. And the sponsor is absolutely first class. And we're very happy to be partnering with Hebrew Senior Life on this project. The letter that you have before you is fairly standard. You've seen these before, I believe, with four standard commitments to the town's conditional commitment. At this early stage, the purpose of our letter is to satisfy state requirements that they know where all of the funding is coming from. Heber Senior Life will have to fulfill these conditions, securing a comprehensive permit, receiving the commitment for the other necessary subsidy funding and lending sources for the project, the establishment of the affordable housing restrictions consistent with the income ranges, permanent restrictions, and for lottery purposes, the establishment of 25% local preference in the affordable housing lottery. We're going to have a second housekeeping item that's kind of attached to the back of this discussion for the reprogramming of a couple of $100,000 of so-called home federal funds that Virginia Bullock, head of our the department's planning division, will brief you on. The only other thing I'd like to just mention quickly before introducing Deb Morse and her development team is that one of the very key metrics that we look at for believing that our trust fund is being used for very good purposes in terms of leveraging other funding sources and getting as many units as possible. This is a project, a 34.4 million development cost project. The town's 3.375 million share is slightly under 10% of the total project. And in terms of the 54 units in our contribution, that simply comes out to a very attractive $62,500 of town financial commitment per affordable unit. And these units are at the lower end of the income spectrum to boot. So with those little preliminaries, I'd like to introduce Deb Morse and the HSL development team. Both the HAB and our staff have had a series of meetings with Deb and her people since last spring. We've raised a number of, I think, good constructive questions and had a great dialogue. And now the entire HAB is very enthusiastically behind this project. So Deb is going to give you a further look at this, and we hope you share our enthusiasm.
Thank you, Roger, and good evening, members of the Select Board. Thank you so much for having us. This page provides a few different renderings of what the building might look like. We are still working closely with staff from the planning department to refine the design, but I think you can see that we're looking at a 7-story building, 54 all affordable senior units, also close to 5,000 square feet of community space that will be available for use by residents in the building, other residents living on Center Street in our CCB campus, and of course, other seniors throughout the town of Brookline. As Roger mentioned, we're intending to develop 54 all affordable rental units for seniors age 62 and over. Most of the units are going to be available, or all of the units are going to be available for low and moderate income seniors. We're designing the building to meet passive house standards, so it'll be very, very energy efficient, fossil fuel free with the exception of domestic hot water. And then, of course, we're incorporating universal design and senior housing guidelines and bringing in advice and input from our own physical and occupational therapists and fitness staff to make sure that every component throughout the buildings and the units and the outside of the building are best suited for seniors. And just to orient you about where the building will be, this is Center Street. Our Dinesh building is to the left, and our Cohen building is to the right, and 108 Center Street is the Victorian building in the middle, and that's the area that we intend to develop. And you can see how it really abuts from the back, the Brookline Senior Center. And so there's sort of a clear flow of Brookline seniors who go from our properties to the senior center and vice versa. And we want to facilitate even more of that by including on the first floor of this building the public community space. As Roger noted, the Brookline funds will leverage $31 million in other state and federal funding. And said differently, for every $1 of Brookline money, there'll be $10 leverage from other state and federal sources. We anticipate, as our sources in the project have a permanent mortgage, which is really not it's not a very big number because it's based on the rents that we can get from low and moderate income seniors. So what we mostly rely on is allocations of scarce public resources from the Department of Housing and Community Development. And you can see that here in the DHCD soft debt and also in the federal and state low-income housing tax credits, which are also competitively awarded by DHCD. I think additionally, it's important to note that Hebrew Senior Life itself is going to be providing $3.375 million. We're going to be doing a fundraising campaign and raising $2.5 million, which will go to support the community space that I mentioned earlier. We're also willing to forego much of the value of the property so that we can further this affordable housing project. The appraised value of the land is far in excess of what we will be getting out of the property, and we're willing to donate the differential there. And we are, as Roger mentioned, we are just extraordinarily grateful for your consideration of allocating this amount of funds from the town of Brookline. We do think it's a good investment. We think, adding 54 units in this exact location, which is clearly becoming a hub for seniors in Brookline, makes a lot of sense. And we are tremendously grateful for the Housing Advisory Board's support and hopefully for your support as well. We are fully engaged with the Brookline Zoning Board of Appeals. We have a series of meetings with the design working group and traffic and parking peer review working groups. We've had a couple of Zoning Board of Appeal meetings. We have another one next week and several throughout the calendar year, with the intent of Hebrew Senior Life being poised to submit a very competitive application to DHCD in January after we submit what's called a pre-application. We actually had a meeting with DHCD staff today. They're fully aware of this project and they're excited about it. They understand the location. They are very appreciative of the town of Brookline's support for affordable housing and want to continue and support Brookline and its nonprofit developers in providing more and more of this product. So we intend to submit a full application to DHCD in January. That will require two gating items. One is an allocation of funds from the town of Brookline. And the second is we will need to have zoning approval in place. And again, we're working very carefully and closely with your colleagues in the planning department who have really been working tirelessly on this project's behalf. Hopefully, we will get an award of funds from DHCD in the summer of 2022, and then we'll close on the financing and begin construction with the hope that, a couple of years from now, we will be occupying the building with new units, with new residents. Roger mentioned that we have a great team, and we really do, and we're very grateful for our partnership with Icon Architects, which is sort of the leading affordable housing architect in also doing passive house. We've got Stantec that's done a lot of work in Brookline, working with Affirmative Investments as our development consultant, and they specialize in this very product of affordable housing. And then, of course, we're working with Jennifer Gilbert for our legal counsel, and she has, as usual, been providing us with terrific advice. So that's the presentation, and I'm happy, along with Roger, to take any questions that you may have.
Great. I really appreciate that you guys kept this presentation very tight.
Virginia gives us good advice.
Any questions from Select Board? If you can use the hand raise feature, since we're in presentation mode, it'll help me out. So I'll just echo, since I serve on the HAB with Roger, that we have seen iterations of this proposal a couple of times, and it has just gotten better over those iterations. I'm really pleased that this project has come as far as it has, and that we have the money to be able to be a good partner. Any other comments or questions? John? You'll have to unmute.
There we go. Thanks very much for the presentation. And I do want to note that this is my favorite kind of affordable housing proposal, all affordable housing proposal. I love the leveraging of funds from other sources. To me, this is how to get it done and get it done in a way that sort of maximizes the, if you'll forgive the expression, the bang for the buck. Having said that, I note that I sat in on the Board of Appeals hearing on this, and you know the concerns about the design were pretty significant. I think you'd agree with that. And I just wonder, somebody give me some guidance here. When we participate in a project, does that change the Board of Appeals view of the project in terms of how they would normally sort of critique a project versus are they going to cut some slack because this has town participation? Does anyone want to express a point of view on that?
I don't think we have a direct tie from one to the other, but I believe they are aware when the town is putting its money behind a project. And I know in this particular project, unrelated to the funding, some concerns had been raised about the timing and whether we were going to get all this in on time from the town's and the developer team's perspectives, because there's only an annual round of state funding. So we did have some dialogue, I believe, with informally with a couple of the ZBA members to make sure that they understood that there was an annual funding cycle, which would obviously not be true on a lot of other projects that they do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it did seem to me they sent a pretty strong signal that they have some concerns that they would like to see addressed. And let's keep in mind, they don't do this just to be difficult. They do it because there are design standards for Brookline buildings, and there are neighbors on this street in this area who I think want this to be as good as it can possibly be. So I do hope that their concerns will be addressed quickly by them and by you as the participant developer of this, so that we don't run into some kind of a snag at the finish line.
Understood. And I will say that staff from the planning department have just been terrific partners with us and the ZBA, making sure that we understand their concerns and have worked through some really complicated design and technical issues with us in a very, very productive and helpful way. And the project is absolutely better because of that kind of feedback and technical assistance.
That's good to hear.
I might add just very quickly one thing. The town's dollar figure commitment of 3.375 million is what we're asking that you support at this point. The exact sources of those funding will be determined between now and when the loan closes, when the final commitment is made. The trust fund may be the primary or central source for affordable housing resources, but some of these funds, as you'll see in a moment, come from town-directed federal funding. And because we have more on our pipeline and our plate in terms of need for funding, you already know you're going to be hearing from us regarding ARPA and whether those funds are channeled towards this particular project or some combination of this and others remains to be determined.
Understood. So let's move on to the votes. There are 2 votes. Any other comments or questions before I move the language? See, Bernard?
Yeah, I just wanted to make a note that, let me get up my screen here. The piece that's coming out of the, oh boy, part of this is coming out of BHA preservation funds. And I understand that these funds are not needed by BHA, but I'd just like to, since, the capital plan at BHA is such a hot issue in this town, and, there's so many needs there, just, assure us, which I think your materials do, but just assure the audience that this is not taken away from money that would be sorely needed by BHA for purposes of preservation as well as other things.
That's a perfect segue, Bernard, for Virginia Bullock, who I see has just appeared, and she had remarks just to that very point in case you would have those concerns. Virginia.
I thought that this might be a question. So I just wanted to assure the board that every year we receive home funds. We've received, approximately between $200,000 and $250,000 in home funds, and they have to be used in a development project. And we do the best we can to guess in advance what the use it might be. But the good news is that the next two projects for the Brookline Housing Authority, as you know, we just made a $6.525 million commitment to the 32 Marion Street project with funds that would be coming from the Well Tower project. And then the following project after that will be the renovation of the Sussman House, and they do not need town funds for that. We have expenditure guidelines on our federal funds, and they can only be used for very specific things. So we can't use home funds for just sort of general capital repairs. They have to be part of a redevelopment project. So we are requesting that at this time, we sweep all the funds that we have for home into this 108 Center Street project and line it up. And the vote will allow us to do that, to begin the process of amending our one-year action plan with HUD. So it's very sort of bureaucratic, but it's basically what we need to do. We have a certain amount of time in which we can commit the funds, and then they'll be taken back from us, and we don't want to have that happen.
No.
So yeah, that's what we're trying to avoid.
Thank you.
Okay, great question. So without further ado, I will move the language to be voted. There are two votes, so I will take them independently. I move approval of the request as recommended by the Housing Advisory Board for a preliminary commitment of up to $3,375,000 to Hebrew Senior Life for their proposed affordable housing project at 108 Center Street. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam?
Nori and I vote aye.
And the chair votes aye. I move approval of the request to reprogram fiscal year 2021 home funds in the amount of $206,175 from BHA Strategic Preservation Initiative to Hebrew Senior Life 108 Center Street Senior Housing Development Project in order to meet required commitment and expenditure deadlines. All those in favor? Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Miriam and Nuri?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation by our very own community engagement specialist, Carolina San Miguel. And I apologize if I did not pronounce your name correctly. You can correct my pronunciation.
Hello, no, that's fine. I would like to share my screen here. Hold on, let me turn on the video. Am I allowed to share?
Of course, please.
All right, so how do I do this? Let's see here, share screen. Okay. And I'm gonna put it as a presentation here. So you guys can see, hold on. Can you see it? Can everyone see?
Yes, we can.
All right, good. Hello, everyone. First of all, thank you, Select Board, for inviting me and allowing me the opportunity to present myself to the folks who don't know me yet, and also share a bit of the work that I've been doing in town. My name is Carolina San Miguel, but Carolina for some or Carolina for others, whatever makes you feel more comfortable. I am the community engagement strategist for the town of Brookline. I'm based at the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. And for the visually and hearing impaired, I have a picture in this slide of the building of the town of Brookline with in a crosswalk on the preparation of a project that we did in June, the Crosswalks project, in collaboration with the DPW, the police department, the schools, and our office. Next slide. So just a quick agenda for the next 10 minutes. I'll try to be fast and quick. And if you guys have questions, you can always come and ask it later, just to be mindful of the time. So I'll just speak a bit of me, then introduce a concept of community engagement, ways that we can activate it in town, the strategic steps that we are adopting, a timeline, quick update of what's happening since I arrived in town, and the next steps that we can move forward. I have a picture here of an art mural from one of the housing projects that says welcome in different languages in blue, and a couple of flowers and so that I took the other day. So me, might be covering here, but that's fine. I hold on, I'm just gonna switch this here so I can see yeah, that's good. So I've been in town since January of this year at the ODICR, or Office of Diversity team. I have a doctorate degree in community development from the Harvard Graduate School of Design, which was focused on envisioning child-friendly neighborhoods. I also have a master's in housing from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology, where I lived and worked for a couple of years with working with architecture and planning. I did a second, and it was focused on building eco-friendly systems of urbanism and planning. I have a master's in strategic design from IAD, it's an Italian school, Istituto Europeo di Design, and a bachelor's in architecture and planning. But before Brookline, I was working as a community researcher and innovation strategist, mainly trying to design what I call human-friendly systems to support underserved children and families across neighborhoods in the Americas. So I did a number of actions, volunteering, supporting nonprofits, teaching, research in different places, including Mexico, Brazil, Greater Boston, and so. I have a certificate on child protection, and it's what I'm mainly passionate about, actually. I am an architect, urban planner, and designer. I've been working with this for number of years, more than 15, and in all processes of all stages of the design process. So from design to concept, design, planning, implementation, even working at the construction site. I had my own architectural firm in the past. Some of my hobbies, I like traveling, biking, dancing, photography, nature, live music, culture, socializing with positive mindsets. I have a picture here on the side of me with 3 of my nieces and my nephew. They are Norwegian, where part of my family lives. I've also lived there for a bit, and I haven't seen them in 20 months due to COVID border restrictions. And so next here, I have, I'm just going to move here so it doesn't block the thing. I have just a definition of community engagement, just for all of us to think of this. So what is community engagement? So it's a process, right? So it's a systemic process of all of us working in a collaborative way to decide, to participate, and implement changes that matter to everyone involved in the process. But in government, it pretty much means us building a mutual process of accountability. So we're equally responsible, a process that brings the community and the government together so we can work better and try to move forward. I have a picture here of one of the events, the programs from the Brookline Recreation Department. They did this concerts over summer at the Fisher Hill Park, and our office came in to implement a program called Brookline Listens, which was mainly to go and interact directly with the community, to be out there, to listen to them, to hear suggestions, to get more folks to join, to be more involved in government, and just like for them to get to know me and so. So how do we activate community engagement in town? In other words, how do we change the culture? It's very difficult, but it's something that we're working on. On the back here, there's a picture of one of the food pantries at one of the housing projects at Egmont Street. I just covered the people to protect their identity, but it's like a courtyard, and that's where they get their food. And so the strategies that I am adopting to implement community engagement in town is changing culture, which is extremely challenging. It's something that takes time, but we're working on it. And also doing some outreach and meeting as many people as possible and building the relationships. I'm increasing the participation and trust with the community through the strategy that I adopted was through pilot projects and programming. And one of them was the Vaccine Act project that I did earlier this year. We have a picture here of it with the team of BIG, the Brookline Interactive Group, filming Dr. Carter for the videos that we were doing. And the main goal of the videos was to build vaccine awareness and equity in town. And I have to thank BIG for being one of the first organizations that trusted me and that partnered with me to show to the community what could be in community engagement. And not to mention that we did it with zero cost of a dime to the town. I'm also implementing the community engagement plan, which is a plan that has been developed by community members in a couple of departments prior to my arrival in town. I will put the link of this plan later on. And so a lot of my work is based on it. We are like implementing the steps, giving trainings to department heads to build an understanding of community engagement, but also to help them develop and define goals of community engagement for each of their departments. Now I'm working on preparing and designing the training for other stakeholders so we can find better ways to work together. And then later we'll be developing the co-leadership across stakeholders to work together. So the 5 main steps that I am adopted we are doing is first, understand this community, this culture, what are we dealing with here? Second, outreach. We got to build as many strong relationships as possible. The third, to strategize. So you research, you develop the goals and steps to achieve community engagement. Fourth, collaboration. So how do we bring the stakeholders together to participate in projects, programming, and so. And then the fifth is the co-leadership. So building community engagement across stakeholders to develop this cross-sectorial leadership process. A bit of the timeline of what's happening. So from February to April, I was trying to understand the culture and building relationships and doing intensive community outreach, talking to multiple folks in the middle of a pandemic. So a lot of it was being done through Zoom. And then from May to June, I was researching and strategizing ways to implement community engagement in town. I implemented the Vaccine Act project, and I also helped connect our office to implement the crosswalks project that I participated, and it was organized by Caitlin Starr from our office, but I participated in the project. And then I also did some community outreach but this time with involvement and direct participation of the community. Over summer, I've done the trainings of SMART goals with most of the department heads and some of their staff, and have been assessing and developing them on that. Also kept on doing community outreach and participation with the community. We implemented the Brookline Listens program across events and places in town to interact directly with the community. Now in fall, I'm assessing and developing the goals with the departments together with the community, the subcommittee on community engagement. And I'm trying to set up monthly meetings with, we have assigned the staff people in each department that will work directly with me to have these meetings where we can discuss about community engagement, develop collaborative projects, and just move forward and monitor them as well. I'm preparing the community engagement trainings for the other stakeholders, including commissions, town meeting members, and community organizations. And I keep on doing the outreach. I mean, the outreach is constant, right? Like I do it every day. I have interacted with more than, I'd say 400 people by now, but I have a network of like 600 people. It just happens every day, and it gets better and better because then people trust you, they know who you are, and then they connect you to this and that organization. So it's going really well. And then for next year, I'm going to keep on doing the trainings and assessing and supporting the community engagement across the departments, but also supporting the implementation of community engagement across stakeholders, which is what we want. We want to do the outreach, but in a co-leadership way, like in the sense that we have now leaders that are deciding upon what we are going to be implementing and doing. So how do we get there? How do we make this whole thing happen? I mean, three main things. We got to bring the town together. Second, work together. Third, move forward. So how do we bring people together? Connecting, respecting, and listening to one another. Sounds silly, but it's like, it's hard in practice. And it's something we really need to work deeply on, which is something I'm doing. The trainings will focus a lot on that. So how do we change the way we're working together, to listen to each other, to respect each other, and so forth? Because you can listen to some voices, but you have to listen to all the voices, and that can be challenging for some. So working together, how? By thinking and working strategically, so developing goals, by being proactive, inclusive, building employee engagement in town, and also bringing diverse and cross-sectorial leadership in the decision-making processes. And how do we move forward? So we have to change this traditional idea of like the customer service product type of thing, view that we have from government to more of a collaborative, co-creative, co-planned, co-designed, and co-accountable process of open government. That's why I keep tackling the word collaboration, because it's a very important word. And also by strengthening supportive systems of diversity, inclusion, and equity as the center stage of community development and engagement. And just a couple of things that we could be thinking of next, but there are multiple things that we should discuss about. I can't talk about all of them here. So as I mentioned, developing and implementing cross-sectorial projects and programming of community development and engagement across stakeholders, like everybody involved together. Another one is increasing community engagement equity by investing more funds in community engagement, or generating more funds, or connecting funds from different places together in town. For example, childcare and transportation services for staff and community members, or creating youth part-time jobs to serve the community in the community engagement activities, events, projects, and programming, just as a few examples. Also, we should be investing in communication services of community engagement in town, for example, a town newsletter, or a public relations video broadcast to keep the community well informed, translation services and hybrid systems, since now we have the whole Zoom world. These are all things that come from the community. I'm ending. That's okay. And then long-term change is building a physical and virtual community center of development and engagement in Brookline. I have a picture here of the kids painting the crosswalks and the public health building on the back. Just a quote, simplify from Henry Thoreau, just the simpler, the better. A few resources can move mountains. We don't have to wait for tomorrow to do community engagement. We can start doing it now. And at last, just the town hall building and the crosswalks painted on the front. And my contact, I'll say it out loud, it's CSANMIGUEL, as in C San Miguel, at brooklinema.gov. My phone number is 617-730-2640. I'm in town mostly on Tuesdays and Wednesdays in person, but feel free to reach out to set up a time for Zoom, or I go to you, and just getting the opportunity here to invite folks to reach out, to try to connect me with other people, and understand that the more people that I meet and get to know in town, the better I can serve as a liaison between you and the departments. So, muchas gracias, muito obrigada. Thank you very much. That's it.
So I see Bernard's hand up. You'll have to unmute as well.
Evan, you muted me. Okay, so it's very interesting. Although I wonder if there's maybe some language issues that you need to think about. I'm not sure that people are comfortable with the town government changing their culture. And maybe it's just a question of terminology, but maybe explain what you mean by changing culture. I mean, that's a very sensitive issue for people, for good reason, given history.
So it's more on the sense of how we work together. So the culture of working together. So obviously not the culture of like how, history and none of that, of course, because you have to respect. It's just, I think I won't say much here, but some of the challenges that we have, and I have detected after talking with multiple people, is that, for example, some voices don't feel comfortable enough to express themselves. So what we're trying to do is to bring all the voices in the process, right? To make it more of a representation of what the community really wants, but also the departments. And
Yeah,
some
I
folks,
just suggest different wording, because that's kind of scary wording.
yeah, but
That's
that is okay, well, it's something that I have discussed with a lot of people, and you know, people define it as culture, but I mean, you can name it whatever. But I think the most important here is like, how do we find ways to really listen to one another?
So that's how you phrase it.
It
How do
can
we
be
listen to
easy to pay attention to outspoken voices, because they're outspoken. But then I have heard from multiple community members that are, you know, more introverts or don't feel comfortable in this or that meeting, that they would feel more comfortable to express themselves if they were better listened to. So it's just a way of us being, you know, more respectful. And so it's the work culture, I would say. Sorry about that.
So Miriam and John have their hands up. So I'll take Miriam first.
Great. Thank you, Carolina, for this presentation. I had a couple of questions. First, I would like to see the community engagement plan. I haven't seen it. And what I guess I'm interested in is it seems like you're already implementing a plan, but the community outreach is happening now. So I'm just curious about how you have a plan before you have the community outreach. And then I'd like to hear a little bit more about these trainings, what they are, who they're for, and all of that. Thank you.
No, thank you so much for your comment. I really appreciate that. It's the kind of stuff that I'm not allowed to say. And I understand it. I recognize, you know, I came here in the middle of a process, and I'm being mindful and respectful to it, because apparently this plan has been developed by a number of folks, and they are very protective of the plan, and so they want to make sure it's implemented. And I am just, you know, doing the job to implement that. But I'm glad that you bring that in, because that's something that some folks have raised. And what I am trying to do is to adapt it and add a few more things. So for example, I put the plan, by the way, the link here on the side. In the plan, so the train, you know, I'm following the steps there. So one of the steps was to train the departments. And then I thought, yeah, but we should be training town meeting members as well, for example. That's something I added. So the trainings are mainly to, you know, for some folks, community engagement is like, oh, they've been doing it forever. For others, no. So there are departments that are more advanced than others. So it's just trying to have everyone aligned to understand what is community engagement, and building the process of awareness of the importance of community engagement in government, because not everyone thinks it's relevant or necessary. So we're trying to have everyone understand that, you know, the participation of the community and of all the stakeholders in the process is beneficial to everyone. It's going to make everyone happier, and we can even save money. I mean, there are so many good things about it. So the trainings are about doing that and helping the departments to develop their goals. Like, so not just doing random projects, but having a strategic purpose of what they are proposing, and trying to find ways that they can really listen to the community in the process, if you know what I mean. And then the trainings that I'm actually working on them now with the boards, the commissions, and town meeting members are mainly in the conversation that I guess we can use another word other than culture, but it's on like, how do we find ways that we can really listen and respect each other, and just so that other voices feel comfortable in expressing themselves in the process.
John.
Thank you, Carolina, very much for this presentation. And I just want to say, I think Brookline really hit a home run with their first hire for this position. And really glad to see that you are you yourself are fully engaged in this work for sure. I find this topic really fascinating. And one of the things that I find fascinating about it is that I can't figure out in my own mind. I think I know the answer, but I'm not sure. Is community engagement, let's call it content neutral, okay? Would you be equally focused on helping folks to engage their neighbors in a meeting to protest a development of housing that the neighborhood might think is too big and, overshadows the neighborhood, as you would helping, BHA tenants organize a meeting to seek funding for kitchen repairs? So why don't we start with that question?
I'm so happy that you brought that in, because it's one of the other major conflicting things in town. And let's make it clear now. So, I have a vast experience as an activist, yes, in the past, but I am a town staff person now. I represent town departments. I'm working with the town. So it's, as much as some community members, mostly the progressive ones, want me to be this activist, if I am that, I won't be able to work with the departments. So that's not possible. So the strategy that, and this has been discussed, across departments and all, that we have adopted is, I'm a town staff person. I am a liaison. I can listen to the community I can listen to the community and connect folks together and bring that to the departments. But it is not my job to go there, get the sign and yeah. In the beginning, I didn't understand that clearly, because I haven't worked for the public sector before. So there is a process of learning how you do, because I am a public servant now. So I'm not representing just two, very loud voices. I am representing the entire community, 60,000 plus people. And in order to be ethical and unbiased, you really have to listen to everyone. So if I were an activist, I wouldn't be fair, to everyone. So I will potentiate leaders in the community, obviously, to do that. But my job will be to make sure that the departments are being activated enough to implement community engagement. You know what I mean? Do you understand what I'm saying?
I think I do. And I really appreciate your answer. Heather, do you mind if I have a follow-up?
Yes, however, let me just interject two things. Time check, it's already 7:14. We've got 5 public hearings to host that were all noticed for 7. And I just wanted to remind the board that the plan was voted on by town meeting in December 2020. And the community engagement subcommittee of CDICR has been, working on this. So with those two things in mind, yes, John, ask a follow.
And I want to say that it's been a revelation to me and I think I understand what is being said in answer to Miriam's question. It's been a revelation to me that there is actually a little bit of a disconnect maybe between what was the previously devised community engagement plan and what, maybe Carolina sees as the proper sort of mission for herself. So I hope that there will be some further discussion of that, because I think we need to address that. But I did want to also add, I'd like to throw another, phrase out, and that's civics education. Whether it's a disengaged, privileged, high school student who doesn't think anything of like participating in in the processes of their local democratic government, or a disengaged community member who feels alienated from the processes of our government, we have a problem, and it's across the board. And I'm just wondering to what extent you think civic education is part of the community engagement mission, basics of how our government works, and the part that people need to play in it, and the responsibilities that they need to accept in it.
Can I respond to that?
Oh, I'm asking you. Yeah,
please try to keep it under 2 minutes.
That is an amazing one, because it's something I've been telling a lot of folks. I'll just give a quick example. My nieces are Norwegian, and they study everything in school. I mean, they know everything. They discuss about subjects to me that I'm like, what? How do you know that? So yes, I think that would be a big progress if these things were implemented in school, and also, bring in the youth in the process, because then we would take civic engagement to a whole new level. There is something that there is, but there is a lot of potential in that, and I think that that's something that we should start talking about. So I'll stop here.
Great. Thank you very much for coming before us. I know this is long overdue, and hopefully this will be the first of many conversations about this topic.
Yeah, thank you very much. And for everyone, feel free to reach out to connect. I would love to hear more and even do one-on-ones. And so thank you so much for this.
Great, thank you. Okay, moving on to publicly noticed warrant article hearings. I think the first one that we are going to be hearing from is the warrant article 28 on fur.
Hi, good evening. Shall we start?
Yes, of course.
Great, thank you. Thanks so much to the Select Board for inviting us to present today. I'm Shira Fisher, a town meeting member from Precinct 11, and I'd like to introduce Ezra Kleinbaum. He lives on Griggs Road in Precinct 10 and is a freshman at Brookline High School. This warrant article 28, officially sponsored by 3 town meeting member co-petitioners, was actually crafted at his initiation and with his energy and motivation. Together, we have talked to many other town meeting members, including Scott Ananian, an experienced TMM and now a member of the advisory committee. We discussed it with State Rep Tommy Vitolo. We shared an early draft with Jocelyn Murphy, former town council, who reviewed and edited the text to ensure it was designed and worded appropriately to Brookline. Mike Sandman of the advisory committee gave feedback and was supportive. Town meeting moderator Kate Poverman reviewed and gave suggestions, and we sent a copy to Mel Kleckner as well. With all of that feedback, review, and consideration, we are happy to present you with the final warrant article as submitted. Ezra will explain what it contains and why we are bringing it to town meeting.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. Thank you so much for having me here. As Shira said, my name is Ezra Kleinbaum, and I'm a freshman at Brookline High School and a graduate of the John R. Pierce School here in Brookline. And I'm the one who drafted this article, and with the help of multiple town meeting members, including Tommy Vitolo and Shira Fisher, has been doing the work behind this article. Brookline is a town that prides itself on doing the right thing, and rightfully so. We as a community have passed laws such as tobacco restrictions that prevent people from smoking and contracting lung diseases. We have passed restrictions on the use of plastic bags. We've passed restrictions on fossil fuels. We passed these restrictions knowing that they could adversely affect businesses, but we passed them anyway because it was the right thing to do. This warrant article will ban the sale of new fur in Brookline. After extensive research, including a collaboration with Miss Debbie Goodmiller from the Brookline Chamber of Commerce, no new fur was found for sale anywhere in Brookline. None. To repeat that, after extensive research, including a collaboration with Miss Debbie Goodmiller from the Brookline Chamber of Commerce, not a single store in Brookline was found that sells fur. So passing this bylaw would not affect any businesses in Brookline today. Instead, it will prevent stores in Brookline from selling fur in the future. It will make a statement about our community values. Passing this bylaw is an announcement that Brookline is a humane and sustainable community. There are times when doing the right thing can adversely affect businesses, but this is not one of them. The fur industry is extremely cruel to animals and completely unnecessary. The vast majority of fur sold in America comes from fur farms, where animals spend their entire lives in small cages, unable to engage in behaviors natural to their species. When it is time for them to be killed, fur farmers will often use the cheapest methods of killing, including electrocution, gas, poison, and suffocation. While it might once have been necessary to wear fur in order to stay warm, it is not anymore. In 2021, there are so many alternatives available that we cannot justify killing animals for their fur. In addition to the animal cruelty, the fur industry takes a great toll on the environment. It takes up land. Lots of food and water is required to feed the animals being raised for their fur. In addition to that, toxic chemicals such as chromium and formaldehyde are used to preserve the fur and prevent it from biodegrading. Waste runoff from fur farms can often end up in waterways or in natural habitats. With so many eco-friendly alternatives, we cannot justify the harm the fur industry does to the environment and the potential costs we will have to pay in order to protect ourselves from climate change. Fur farming also poses a public health risk. Animals on fur farms are kept so close together that fur farms are breeding grounds and transmission vectors for dangerous zoonotic diseases, including SARS coronaviruses. COVID-19 outbreaks, which transmitted back to humans, occurred on multiple fur farms across Europe and the United States, resulting in the culling of tens of millions of mink. With so many alternatives that do not pose a public health threat, we cannot justify the public health threat that fur farming poses. This warrant article will ban the sale of new fur in Brookline and prohibit Brookline stores from displaying new fur for sale. This bylaw does not affect any of the following: the sale of used or secondhand fur, hunting, taxidermy, fur required for use in the practice of a religion, a fur product used for traditional tribal, cultural, or spiritual purposes by a member of a federally recognized or state-recognized Native American tribe, a fur product where the activity is expressly authorized by federal or state law, the gifting of a fur product, leather, lamb or sheepskin with the fleece attached thereto, an animal skin or part thereof that is to be converted into leather or which in processing will have the hair, fleece, or fur fiber completely removed. For the purposes of this article, the sale of a fur product is deemed to occur in Brookline if the buyer takes physical possession of the fur product in the town or if the seller is located in the town. So it also prohibits stores in Brookline from selling fur online and shipping it elsewhere, and it prohibits stores outside of Brookline from selling fur online and shipping it into Brookline. The towns of Weston and Wellesley, Massachusetts have both already passed almost identical bylaws. They use practically the same wording with minor differences, mostly to accommodate the town in which they were brought forth. Since both Weston and Wellesley operate on a government structure almost identical to Brookline, very few changes were needed to be made. This language has already been approved by the Massachusetts Attorney General after it was passed in Wellesley. The entire state of California and the country Israel have already banned the sale of new fur as well. It is clearly the right thing to do to pass this warrant article. We don't always have the opportunity to do the right thing without repercussions, but we do now. We must seize this opportunity while we have it. We must do the right thing now while we can, before it's too late, by passing this warrant article and banning the sale of new fur in Brookline. Thank you.
Thank you very much for a very well articulated and very well researched and prepared warrant article. I wish most petitioners were as well prepared. Bernard.
Yes, it was well prepared. I'm going to just throw out, we're being asked to vote for a solution to a problem that doesn't exist. It's kind of strange.
Yeah, it doesn't exist right now, but in the future it could. And fur has made a bit of a resurgence in fashion lately in terms of fur trims, specifically on Canada Goose jackets. And as they've become more popular, in order to protect the environment and protect animal welfare, it's better to, ban the sale now while it doesn't affect businesses rather than ban it later when it will affect businesses.
Still.
I think it's a wonderful coincidence that just after I asked the question about civic education, we have this great presentation by Ezra. So you are civics education. Thank you for going to the trouble of putting this together. I do have to raise a couple of just critical questions about it. I think maybe a correction is in order as to whether sales take place in Brookline right now that would be covered under this, because this covers anyone who mail orders a fur line product of some kind, does it not? And I would assume, without having the evidence to prove it, that there's probably a fair number of people who have ordered coats with fur in the product currently, and they are impacted by this, right?
Yeah, I also don't have any information about how much fur is being shipped into Brookline from other stores, but certainly no Brookline businesses will be affected. And it still doesn't, if someone really wanted to go buy a fur coat, they could go to another town, but they can't buy it in Brookline.
So let's mention the Amazon in the room, which is Amazon, which is how a lot of people order everything these days. And let's say somebody orders from Amazon, the product gets delivered to their home. How is this law enforceable against the person, receiving the product at their doorstep and wearing it?
Yeah, it can be enforced by police officers and by animal control officers in Brookline. And it's a $300 fine for violating this law.
But how do they know that somebody has ordered a fur-lined coat?
I would have to do more research and get back to you on that.
And I sound like I know a lot about this because I've asked these questions, but the fact of the matter is I'm asking them on behalf of somebody who's done some work on this and wanted me to ask them. So I do think those are questions that need to be addressed in whatever the final form of this proposal takes.
We can look into how Weston and Wellesley handle those issues. That's a great question, John.
Okay, and thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments by select board members? I forgot to mention that this is a public hearing, and so I'm opening the public hearing. Are there any members of the public who have signed up to speak, Devin?
At this time, there are 16 attendees, and I do see that one person has raised their hand, so I'll promote them. But Jonathan Klein, I believe, is a petitioner on this article, but did want to weigh in. So Jonathan, if you want to go ahead and I can promote the first speaker.
Great, please, Jonathan.
Thank you. Jonathan Klein, town meeting member, precinct 10, and co-petitioner. I'm very delighted and proud to be able to sponsor this petition on Ezra's behalf, and appreciate all the work and preparation he's done for it, and commend it, and urge you to support it. The one thing I'll say, John, in response to your concern or your question, is that, there are many laws on the books that are difficult to enforce. And, if someone speeds down my street and the police aren't here, there's no way to enforce that law. So we may not be able to enforce it. We may not want to spend the resources checking every Amazon delivery that's made into town. And that doesn't trouble me. What I am pleased with and proud of is the statement that we're making. And certainly that stores that are in Brookline, won't, carry furs as a result of this. And if we can't have perfect enforcement, then I don't see that as a reason not to support this. So I thank you all for your support. I hope you will vote favorably on it, and I will not take any more of your time.
The next person signed up for public comment is Jonah German. You've been promoted to a panelist, and your 3 minutes will begin when you unmute.
Thank you for having me. My name is Jonah German. I'm a freshman at Brookline High School, and I urge you to vote in favor of warrant Article 28 because selling fur in Brookline is not only bad for animals, but is also bad for the environment. Thank you.
Excellent. Anyone else?
The next person signed up for public comment is Naomi Schweitzer. You've been promoted to a panelist, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Hi, everyone. Naomi Schweitzer, town meeting member, precinct 10. I urge you to support this warrant article for all the reasons that Ezra has outlined. This will be a signaling of Brookline's values of banning this cruel practice towards animals, and also Brookline's environmental values. The fur trade takes up enormous resources in land use, water, and energy, and the trade uses toxic chemicals to preserve the fur. We really need to be reducing our impact on the environment on all fronts. And this is one way to continue to signal Brookline's values in this area, along with values around cruelty towards animals. I want to take the rest of my time to give to another member of my household who would like to speak in support of this warrant article. So I'm going to hand it over to my daughter, Minna.
Hi. Hello, Select Board members. My name is Minna, and I would like to speak in favor of warrant Article 28. I think most of you know Hall's Pond, named after Minna Hall. In addition to sharing a name with Minna Hall, I share her interest in animals, and just like her, I want to protect them. In the mid-1800s, when Minna Hall was still alive, it was common to kill birds and use their feathers in hats. Minna Hall was against this and started the Audubon Society to obtain protection for birds. Her efforts helped make feathered hats unfashionable. We have a chance to continue in Minna Hall's footsteps by banning fur sales through warrant Article 28. Thank you for supporting warrant Article 28.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
This time there are 15 attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Well, I will close the public hearing. Any other thoughts or questions, comments from select board members? We typically don't vote on the warrant article that we've heard tonight. We usually postpone until the next week. So we probably won't be voting on it tonight, but I really do appreciate the presentation very much. John.
I just want to say a special thanks to Minna. The Historical Society once did an entire hour on Minna Hall, and and Minna captured it in in 1 minute. So good for you, Minna.
Thank you very much for coming this evening.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Thank you all.
The next warrant article that we have on our docket, I think, is collective bargaining, warrant Article 2.
Currently, we have no proposal or motion from under this article, as we're still in negotiations with our collective bargaining units.
So would the motion be no action?
I believe so.
Okay. Did we notice this for possible vote?
Yes.
Okay. So should we actually vote that, or should we hold off?
I think you still have to convene a public hearing.
Okay. I open the public hearing on warrant Article 2 on collective bargaining, even though there really is nothing to present. Anyone signed up for this particular warrant article?
At this time, there are 14 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Are members comfortable voting on this? We can always move for reconsideration if there are any changes or updates.
Let's
Okay.
vote.
I move no action on warrant Article 2 on collective bargaining. All those in favor? Bernard.
Aye.
John.
Aye.
Miriam.
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. Well, that was easy. Thank you, Anne, for attending. Warrant Article 4, Home Rule License Authority. And so Melissa, will you be presenting on this? I know this particular warrant article is near and dear to my heart.
Yes, the board should be familiar with this article. As we discussed it before it was filed, essentially is home rule legislation looking to give the board the authority to delegate the licensing function. This is the first in a multi-step process. Should this article be successful and should the legislature approve it, we would then be looking to design a structure within our bylaws that would address the various issues around licensing. And so we've also talked about the Committee on Town Organization and Structure being the appropriate body to examine all of the issues and make a recommendation on a revised structure.
Great. Any comments or thoughts by select board members? I personally am very appreciative to CTONS, who I've had a couple of conversations now with Dick Benka. because I don't know what I don't know, and he has served on the board, and I just describe what I'm hoping we can accomplish through these 2 warrant articles, and I think he has taken that under advisement and is trying to help the select board move this initiative along. But step 1 is to get permission from our state legislature. So any other thoughts or comments?
You can open the hearing.
I will open the public hearing. Any comments from the public?
At this time, there are 13 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they would like to make a comment.
Okay, let me know if that changes. I will say the words I close this public hearing, but if somebody raises their hand, we'll take them.
This is for warrant article 4. That was just a question in the Q&A. This is warrant article 4, home rule license authority.
Yes. So basically what you'll see if you look at select board agendas is that we have to approve temporary wine and malt beverage licenses, all alcohol, change in manager of restaurants that have alcohol. It's a lot on our agenda, and in my humble opinion, we could delegate that to either staff or to a whole nother board that we could create and just oversee that administratively.
We do have
Naomi?
yes.
Okay.
Hi again, Naomi Schweitzer, town meeting member, precinct 10. I am in full support of this warrant article. Cannot happen fast enough. I have sat through many of these meetings and not nearly as many as you all do. The select board has so many critical and big long-term planning issues in front of you and on your agendas that you need time to talk about. And it would be a great service to the town and probably for all of your sanities to move this activity to another body that can help make these decisions and have the expertise needed. And I think as an addition, I think this will be a good benefit to our town residents and small businesses who have to sit through kind of the unpredictability of select board meetings and agendas and the hours that these happen at. And so I just think it's a win-win all around. And I appreciate you moving on it. And I hope to get lots of my town meeting members to help support it. Thanks.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yes, that's one of the more compelling things. Watching these small business owners take time off and sit, when we were in person, sit in our hearing room and wait. And our meetings run long and, they're waiting an hour, hour and a half. And then during warrant article review season, like we're starting to enter into right now, I feel so bad making these people wait for hours, into the night. So I'm hopeful for a favorable result. Any thoughts on whether or not we should vote on this tonight, or if we should hold off until we are joined by our 5th member?
Yeah, I don't mean any disrespect to Raul. If people think we should wait, then we should wait. But I don't think I'm guessing he wouldn't mind if we voted to advance this at this point. But
I agree with John.
Okay. If he feels strongly enough, we can move for reconsideration and then revote so that all 5 of us. So I closed the public hearing. And we will vote favorable action on warrant article 4, home rule licensing authority. All those in favor, Bernard?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
Marion?
Aye.
And the chair votes aye. And I just want to remind those who were expecting warrant article 14 and 19 that they have been postponed until October 26th. So moving on to warrant article 29, polling locations. Or no, warrant article 27, petitioner requirements for articles.
About 15.
Oh, 15? Hold on. Oh, language access. Got it. Okay. Warrant article 15, language access.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. I'm glad Devin warned me to come early. I'm guessing some of these warrant articles are postponed because they're being heard over at advisory right now.
I think it has been a challenge to try to schedule things when we both meet at the same time.
Yeah, I just step away too. May I share my screen? I have a PowerPoint.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm here to talk about warrant article 15, improving language access services in the town of Brookline. And apologies, your materials might say warrant article 18. That was a typo. This is 15. Article is the petitioners are myself, Dr. Fernandez, who I guess isn't with you right now, but of course you all know. Mariah Nobrega of the school committee and town meeting member for precinct 4, the Brookline Asian American Family Network, which I'm a board steering committee member. The warrant article was developed in consultation with the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, as well as the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. And in particular, we worked with Jessica Chico, who's the chair of the Immigrant Advancement Committee. Why did we develop this warrant article? Well, according to 2019 American Community Survey census data, almost 5,700 Brookline residents, nearly 10%, or about 10% of our population, speak English less than very well. They're limited English proficient. And of those, the vast majority, 3,400, speak an Asian language, while nearly 1,200 speak a European language. Also, an estimated 7% of Brookline residents have a disability that may affect their ability to communicate, either a hearing or a visual impairment. So, under federal law and Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, as interpreted by Executive Order 13166, recipients of federal funding are required to provide appropriate language assistance. So the executive order requires recipients of federal funding to conduct a 4-factor analysis, and out of that 4-factor analysis, develop a language access plan. Also, Title II of the Americans with Disability Act, Department of Justice regulations require public entities to take steps to make sure communications are effective with persons with disability. I realized I should actually do a slideshow. Okay. So this obligation under Title VI and the executive order have been in existence for a couple of decades, but it really has come to a fore because of the American Rescue Plan. As we all know, the town will be receiving at least $32 million from the American Rescue Plan. And that creates a heightened obligation because services provided using those federal funds should be language accessible, should be accessible to LEP residents as well as residents with disabilities. Obviously, this amount of funding also creates the opportunity to ensure that there's language access for all our residents, including LEP residents and residents with disabilities. Currently, the town doesn't have a language access plan, and the disparity report that the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations is currently, we're finalizing and due to be issued this fall or in the coming weeks, has identified language access as a disparity. So warrant article 15 is to codify in our bylaws making language access available to LEP residents and residents with disabilities. It codifies the requirement for a language access plan that will be developed using the 4-factor analysis in the executive order. It creates the position of a language access coordinator to be placed in the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. It requires each public-facing department to have a language access liaison, and most importantly, a budget for interpretation, translation, and language access auxiliary and aids for the hearing and visually impaired. Currently, I think the only department that has budget for this is the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, Community Relations. They do have a budget for a translation language line, but that budget can't support the entire town. The other thing the warrant article would do would be survey town that have human resources conduct a survey of town employees for their language accessibility and their willingness to volunteer to help provide interpretation or translation services. It also has an aspirational provision that the town should implement the other recommendations regarding language access in the forthcoming disparity report. We estimate this would cost the town approximately $200,000 per year. That would be $80,000 for salaries and benefits for the language access coordinator and $120,000 for interpretation and translation services for public-facing town departments. This estimate of $120,000 is based upon what the public schools of Brookline have been spending on language access services. And that's my PowerPoint. Any questions? And I will stop screen sharing.
Great. I see one question by Miriam and then John.
Right. Hi, TT. Thank you. This is great. I love it. My question is, and you may not have the answer to it, but the money for translation services, does that include closed captioning for the deaf and hard of hearing, or is that a separate budget entity? Because right now I know the Disability Commission funds closed captioning for town meeting. And one of the discussions is whether this should, there should be money in the budget for this regularly rather than having to go to a committee and ask for that money. So I'm just curious. That's been part of it.
Thanks, Miriam. That's a great question. And I don't have an immediate and direct answer. The idea would be, the language access plan would be developed as a requirement of this bylaw. It wouldn't set in stone. It wouldn't codify exactly what should be provided. It would require an assessment. How many residents need this? What are the resources available? I don't know if maybe if anybody from the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, Community Relations is here. I know that the ADA coordinator for the town is based in that office.
I am going to promote Caitlin Starr from the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations.
Great. Thank you, Devin.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, I can.
Sorry, my audio has been funny tonight. But Miriam, to answer your question, so I think that's something we will have to look at. And I think that if we were to roll the reasonable accommodation CART needs in with this budget, it would need to be increased because that would use a substantial portion of this budget. So if that is something that we were to do, the budget would need to be, or the estimated budget that Chi-Chi is proposing would need to be increased.
All right, thank you.
John.
So I want to thank Chi-Chi very much and the others as well for putting the focus on this question. I always appreciate being led down a road that I have to educate myself about something a little bit more in order to understand it. And that process continues. But I must say my first impression of this is that it's a solution that's kind of looking for a problem. Are you saying, well, Miriam, I appreciate that you're saying, and I will divide the question as to both language translation and other services as well. I don't mean to in any sense negate your concerns about that part of it. But what I did want to say, without editorial comment from my colleagues, if it's okay, is that are you saying we are in non-compliance with the Civil Rights Act?
I am saying that the receipt of this large amount of federal funding creates heightened obligations that we should make every effort to comply with Title VI.
So,
and that's all I should probably say publicly, because.
And that sounds like a good and worthy thing to do. But why does that require a separate bylaw that is so prescriptive as to who has to be hired, what they have to do, what departments have to do? I mean, don't we want to get a better sense of whether we are in, first of all, are we not in compliance? Let's answer that question first. And then next, what is the demonstrated need? Let's talk to our department heads and find out from them, how often do you get requests for translation services? And gather some information and get an idea of exactly how many needs do we get sort of flow into the town for translation services, and to what extent can we come up with ways to address those needs, as I say, that are not so prescriptive and so tied to a bylaw, which then requires us, no matter what we may think is the better way to address those needs, it binds us to a very prescriptive way of how to address those needs when we haven't even done the needs survey yet. So, I just got a lot of uneasiness about taking this bylaw approach to the problem. And I would like to get some input from our from our town administrator and our financial staff as to whether, whether using $200,000 from ARP monies is going to basically bind us, once this is in the bylaw, to using that money for, to spending that much money forever. Doesn't matter that we can cover the first couple of years with ARP funds. If it's in the bylaw, I'm assuming we're going to have to find that money forever.
So do you want me to start answering the question and turn it over to town staff?
Whatever
so first
is up
of all,
to the chair. Sorry.
So first of all, I should point out that we are not the first community to do this. There are several other municipalities that have language access ordinances. The city of Boston, Chicago, several municipalities in California have this. Evanston, Illinois, if you want an example of an inner suburb that also has this. Also, it is not very prescriptive. One of the things it requires is the development of a language access plan. So it doesn't say what the plan is. What it does is mandate the town actually produce a plan. And part of that is a needs assessment. The 4-factor analysis from the Department of Justice involves a needs assessment, what the population is, what the services are. And just because town departments haven't gotten requests before doesn't mean there's not a need out there. If you don't provide the services and you don't let people know what services are available, they're not going to ask for them. You've got to let them know what's available. In fact, what some municipalities do is they put placards that say, these are the languages we have available. If you need language services, please contact us. This isn't a hidden population. This is 1 in 10 Brookline residents. That's significant. I'm going to stop there and turn it over to the town staff if they want to comment on any of this.
I'm not really prepared to talk about the prospect of ARP funding or any other funding at this point. It's premature to me.
I would just add that, hiring full-time staff with ARPA money is problematic because at the end of the 4 years, if we do this with a lot of initiatives, we would have a big gap between our budget and we already have a structural deficit. So just to be cautious when it comes to hiring full-time staff with grant funding.
Now, to be clear, there is a federal obligation to this. And I mean, to be realistic, the schools do provide language access. They have a whole program. It's based in the ELE department. They translate notices. They translate letters that go home. They provide interpreters for parents. There's an obligation for the town to do this. And whether or not the town was out of compliance previously and a complaint could have been filed is up for debate. But if you're going to provide a lot of new services with ARPA money, you really should provide language access.
John? And then I'll recognize Caitlin Starr, who has her hand raised.
Thank you for just a second chance to ask a follow-up question. I did note that that Boston in particular, and I'll take your word for it, that Chicago also have this, but that's part of what makes me uneasy, is because I went looking for communities the size of Brookline that have this, and I know you mentioned Evanston, Illinois, but let's say in Massachusetts, that have this scale of departmental focus on translation services. And Boston is the only one I could find. And Boston is 10 times the size of Brookline, and has easily 10 times, if not more, probably 20 times the revenues available. And we're talking about taking the Boston program, scaled to a city the size of Boston, and making it a bylaw that Brookline has to have pretty much the same program. When, as far as I know, our need is a fraction of Boston's, and I know for sure that our available revenues are a fraction of Boston's. So I just don't get that the fact that Boston has this program is the model that we should be pursuing, and the fact that other communities our size don't have something like this scale of program tells me something even more significant. And by the way, I don't want people to be misled. Every single page of the Brookline Town website, as far as I can tell, without exception, has Google Translate on it. There is not any insufficiency of available translation of across the board, the material generated from Brookline that is based on the website.
Can I address
I know
that?
that's not sufficient in and of itself, but we are doing translation for people. I don't want them to think that we're leaving them high and dry. There are things we could do better. And Cambridge, for example, just to take one example, they take every one of the sort of essential needs, where can I get vaccinations? The really high value needs for that they have programs in Cambridge, and they put them all on one page, and then they put the translation of the information about how to get that need met all on one page. That's something we could be doing, and it would be wonderful, but I'm not sure it requires a bylaw with a baked in $200,000 or $200,000 plus obligation forever to take care of that need.
So I'll give you an opportunity to respond, but I just want to hear from Caitlin first.
I just wanted to address the question about department needs. So our office has been working with a working group, stakeholders from across other departments, as well as community organizations on several different disparity measures, language access being one of them, as Chi-Chi mentioned. And I don't have the data right in front of me. It will be ready in a few weeks, as Chi-Chi also mentioned, and it will be shared. But in our conversations with other departments, there is a need for a budget for language access. There is no across the board policy or idea of how to go about getting translations, except to call our office. And our office, as Chi-Chi mentioned, cannot sustain all of the town departments needing translations for whatever it may be. Notices, agendas, informational programs, whatever it is. So there definitely is a need for it. And yes, for the last 12 years, not having a language access policy at a minimum would be non-compliance of the federal money title that Chi-Chi mentioned.
So Chi-Chi,
that is.
Okay, thank you, Caitlin. I want to give you an opportunity to respond, and then we will open it up to public comment because this is a public hearing and I'm opening the public hearing. So Chi-Chi.
Just to respond on the point about Google Translate, it's not just Google Translate is not ideal. Google Translate without human review can be actually detrimental. We have an example in the schools where, because of the rush of notices going out, a notice went out using just Google Translate, and a Korean mother actually put her kid into Remote Learning Academy because she got this notice saying that if your child has symptoms that could be COVID, they will be, in English, it was dismissed. But using Google Translate, it implied that the student would be expelled from school. So she got scared and put the kid into Remote Learning Academy. Google Translate is not adequate. It's a first step. And the idea of putting a list of critical documents, that's something a language access plan can do. You don't have to translate every document, but you do an assessment of which are the vital documents that should be translated.
Thank you. Let's open it up to the public.
The first person signed up for public comment is Deborah Brown. Deborah, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, my name is Deborah Brown. I'm a town meeting member, Precinct 1. And I support warrant Article 15. I would like to say that, when we were just talking about community engagement, translation has to be an essential piece of that. I mean, if we don't know how to reach out to people effectively, there's a lot of opportunities missed. I will say that I have personally walked around town, like gathering signatures for warrant articles or policies. And I've walked up to people and English was not their first language. And in those instances, it was very clear to me that, I needed something in, some Chinese dialect or language, Russian, Brazilian, or Spanish. And so I think that there are a lot of people that we actually miss because we don't do interpretations. We have been remiss in not being fully in compliance with Title VI for so long. It just boggles the mind. And I don't know how this happened, but we're kind of in that gray area where we should actually have a Title VI plan that actually extends beyond just language. But in terms of how we do our operations, I would also like to point out that the state is also looking at coming up with a language or translation requirement as well. Lastly, in terms of using ARPA money, I think that we need to reframe how we're thinking about translations and stop thinking about it in terms of being an extra or an add-on, but we should be thinking of this as an essential government function. It is as important as paving the streets. It's as important as handing out marriage licenses.
You have 30 seconds.
And so if we sort of change the way we're looking at that, I think it would help. Lastly, I want to say, if this town ever found itself in a major civil rights dispute, guess what? The fact that we don't even handle translations well will be used as evidence to demonstrate that this town does not have a commitment to civil rights, especially if it's a case involving someone whose first language is not English. So I implore you to consider approving this warrant article. I don't think it should be ARPA money. I think it should be just part of our regular operating capital, because this really is a regular operating expense. And I would encourage you to sit with town council and get this figured out. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Regina Frawley. Regina, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Yes, good evening.
I worked for a number of years for the federal government, and I conducted longitudinal studies. I gathered survey data. I dealt with every language imaginable. We had a policy of simply having all the languages written, and these were 3-hour interviews that took place 5 times over the course of a year. There was simply a preparation for translating all the questions and allowing for the answers to be translated into the English language. It can be done. I'm not sure you need to hire people and add that to the budget. I also have a separate question. You mentioned hearing issues, disability, but you're only talking about translation. Are you planning on something as well? Because I can tell you that no government agency provides middle-class people hearing aids, for example. I'm wondering where your money would be used if you had this employment to help people who are hard of hearing. That's a question for Chi-Chi, the petitioner.
Chi-Chi, do you feel comfortable answering that question?
Well, I can say that the warrant article would provide that the budget includes not only translation interpretation, but auxiliary aids and services for the hearing impaired and visually impaired. Now, what specifically those are, I am not as familiar, but we do have a town Americans with Disability Act coordinator who is, and if you'll notice, often public notices will say if you need some sort of hearing access, there's a notice to contact the town. And what would be good is like if I'm a limited English speaker and I get a notice that my neighbor is going to be before the zoning board for a variance, that there's something at the bottom saying that if you need interpretation services, contact this person, the language coordinator.
I'm not sure that would work very well, Chi-Chi, for hearing people who speak English, even who have hearing issues. They do need a device of some kind, and at this moment, the only device I know of is at the Board of Selectmen, and I believe there's only 2 of them in the room available. So
this is not meant to really be a back and forth. Chi-Chi has
it's a question about a bill, a warrant article that's going to cost a great deal of money, and as John Van Scoyoc said, would be forever if we create this. I think these are fair questions, especially since the petitioner put it on her PowerPoint that it would include, or at least she referenced that, and I'm asking how would that be included? And I didn't get a very good answer.
So Miriam would like to try to weigh in.
Thank you. So Regina, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I am hard of hearing and I require closed captioning for the select board meetings and actually for town meeting in order to follow all the proceedings, especially because I lip read. So when people have their videos off, it's almost impossible for me to tell what they're saying unless I'm following the closed captioning. So I just want to be careful because in fact, there is a huge array of ways that people who are deaf and hard of hearing access meetings and events. And so it is not in fact necessarily required to have some sort of device. And so I just want us to be clear. I actually think this is one of the reasons to support this warrant article because there is no single solution. Rather, different people who have different levels of deafness or hard of hearing have different needs in order to have access. And I imagine the same is for other folks who are struggling with different levels of English proficiency. So I just think it's important to correct that. There's not a single solution. And in fact, the hearing devices they provide at town meeting on the carts, frankly, I really struggle with those. They're not very good. So I just think we need to have a broader understanding of what people need when they need to be able to access their town government.
I have a pretty good idea about hearing loss, Miriam. I also at town meeting need a device as well, but it wouldn't help me in the building department or wherever I went in to get some help. That wouldn't help.
I'm just saying it's not.
Something else has to work. I don't know what it is, but I'm asking.
Right. It's just not a single solution.
The next person signed up for public comment is Naomi Schweitzer. Naomi, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video and your 3 minutes will begin.
Thank you, Naomi Schweitzer, town meeting member, precinct 10. I support warrant article 15, and I hope you will as well. I want to point out a few things. One, that the warrant article does not specify using ARPA funds to pay for this. And I would follow on Deborah Brown's comments of we should be thinking about this as a regular cost and function of the town. This is incredibly important for access for members of our community to be able to fully engage with our government processes and the services that our local government offers. I am in my professional work a technical assistance provider with communities across the country utilizing HUD and VA federal funds. And I can reiterate what the petitioners are saying, that these are requirements when receiving federal funds, and entities that are much smaller than the town of Brookline, such as very small nonprofits with much tinier budgets that receive funding for housing and supportive services, are required to be part of their community's efforts to provide language access services. It doesn't mean they have to do it all by themselves, but they need to be part of a plan so that people who are low income or experiencing homelessness and have language access issues can be able to access the services that they are rightly entitled to. And this is no different. And Brookline is much larger and has the capacity to be looking at this and taking this on. From a resident's viewpoint, I'll just share that through my experience in my neighborhood, I live across the street from Griggs Park, where I get to interact with many neighbors speaking many different languages, and also through being a parent in the schools. And my kids have gone through Pierce, and Pierce is a host to one of the district's language programs for students who speak Chinese. And we have close to 100 students per year in that program at Pierce. And we have a multitude of other languages, and so do many of our other schools. And I think the school department has made real strides over the last several years to improve their language access services. There's more room to grow.
You have 30 seconds.
But I have watched the evolution, and I have seen parents, right, whose primary language is not English, struggling, right, in assemblies with paperwork to try to make sense of like what they need to do to access school and town services. And we need to take our cue from the school department and improving this. And warrant Article 15 provides us with a roadmap for doing that. It doesn't figure out all the answers. We still have to develop the plan, but acknowledges that we really need to be making strides. So I hope you'll support warrant Article 15. Thank you.
The next person signed up for public comment is Luciana Shaknik. You've been promoted to a panelist, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you, Luciana Shashnik from Clark Road. I want to just point out to John Vanskoyach, Google Translator not only doesn't work, it could be really damaging. I am English as a second language person, and I am telling you, it can cause a lot of confusion for people that don't speak the language as I do. I'm in full support of Article 15. I think as a town, we need that. We really need that. And it will be so beneficial for everyone, for every student. Just think about a parent that has to fill out a financial aid form at the high school to attend sports. It's impossible. It is impossible. So I really urge you all to vote in favor of the Article 15.
Any other members of the public?
Yes, the next person signed up for public comment is Amy Takanami. You've been promoted to a panelist and your time will begin when you unmute and if you're comfortable to share your video.
Hi, y'all. Good evening. Amy Takanami, town meeting member in precinct 10. I'm also a daughter of English as a second language immigrants, and I support Warrant Article 15, which I think would seriously support my own family members in accessing our local town government, as well as many of my friends and their families and community members. I think compliance or non-compliance, as Chi-Chi shared, there is a real need. I don't want to wait until we're in a precarious legal stance. Let's respond to the needs of our neighbors and community members who have voiced that need to us. I think this conversation is actually quite scary for folks listening in, similar to what Luciana shared. If you speak another language, you know Google Translate is completely insufficient and inappropriate. And to bring that up as a real alternative to translators, who I just want to remind folks, translation is a real job with training, skill sets. I also hope that we will be compensating folks for translation and not just adding that on to folks' job descriptions. So that is not a real alternative. And to echo Deborah and Naomi's comments earlier, I also don't think this warrant article should be limited to ARPA funds either. Translation and language access should be included in everything the town does. Maybe we can begin by modeling it with the ARPA projects that we get, but again, it shouldn't be limited to those funds. Thanks, and I hope you support warrant Article 15.
This time there are 11 attendees and no one is using the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
I see John has his hand up.
Yeah, if I may, the last thing I expected to do tonight is to come here on behalf of Google, and I'm not speaking on behalf of Google. I have no expertise on whether the Google Translate services, which are offered, as I say, on every single page of our website, measure up in the minds of people who have used them. I don't think we should accept anecdotal evidence from just a few people. It's a well-known service that, by the way, if it's not good, you better tell all of the municipalities in Massachusetts, because I've seen it on virtually every single municipal website that I have visited. And the array of languages is in the dozens and dozens and dozens. I sent somebody a translation in Kazakh, just as an illustration of what you can get in an instant using Google Translate on any one of our pages. I don't know if it was 100% accurate, but guess what? If we substitute something for Google Translate, how will we know it's 100% accurate? And I have seen on the pages of many of these municipal websites, liability disclaimers that the municipality cannot be held liable for any errors in the translations that are offered. So this is a problem that will apply across the board, no matter which translation service we use. And Google Translate is one that is vetted, a gazillion times over, where it's used in municipality after municipality after municipality. So if you want to make Brookline, the exception that we won't use it because it's not good enough for us, I would ask you to show me something better.
So we do need to move on. We're probably not going to vote tonight. Thank you very much for this presentation. It is a lot to digest. I will close the public hearing if there are no members of the public that are still in the queue. I don't think that there are any. Okay, so I'm closing the public hearing. Thank you very much, Chi-Chi. We will probably take this up and vote on it at a subsequent meeting.
Thank you, Heather. Okay, thank you, Heather, for having me here.
Of course. Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so moving on to the last two warrant article public hearings. Article 27, petitioner requirements for articles, and then following that, polling locations. Article 29, the same petitioner. And this is a public hearing. Neil Gordon.
You want to deal with 29 right now?
take up whichever one you want to
I'll
present.
take 29 because I thought that John Doggett was going to be prepared to do his article, I believe, 27. So we can do 29. I'm
And
happy to do
29 is on polling locations.
Correct. Voting, yes, voting in elections. So I am still Neil Gordon. I'm still a precinct 1 town meeting member. Last I looked, and a member of the advisory committee. I am the petitioner of warrant article 29. In July of this year, President Biden said this: "Some things in America should be simple and straightforward. Perhaps the most important of those things, the most fundamental of those things, is the right to vote." President Biden added, "It's up to all of us to protect that right." I petitioned this article on behalf of the voters of Brookline, and I'm here tonight protecting their interests. The seeds for what became Article 29 were planted as the town was considering replacing an independent elected town clerk with an appointed one. The concentration of power concerned me, and apparently it also concerned the voters. Following last May's election, we retained an independent elected town clerk, but the core concerns those seeds earlier planted remain. Article 29 asks town meeting to adopt a bylaw requiring public hearings before defined changes, and I can go over those if you like, impacting elections and voting takes place. Article 29, in fact, is particularly timely as the town pursues redistricting required by state law following the recent census. Precinct lines will change. The number of precincts may change. Polling places may be moved, added to, or maybe even subtracted. That status quo will change. For some voters, their short walk to vote might become a long walk or maybe a drive. Article 29 codifies the public's right to be heard before defined decisions are made relating to elections and decisions that influence, in President Biden's words, the most fundamental of things, the right to vote. The public right to be heard also implies an obligation, this obligation of town officials to listen to a senior or a veteran or a working parent, to listen to those who know their neighbors and their neighborhoods best, to listen to those who might inform a better decision. Listening costs nothing. There are no costs associated with the bylaw proposed by Article 29. I've discussed this article with the town clerk, and it's been the subject of a public hearing before the Administration and Finance Subcommittee of the Advisory Committee, of which I'm a member, the ANF Subcommittee. The ANF Subcommittee is recommending favorable action on a revised motion that narrows the scope of the article from what's printed in the warrant. I'm happy to explain those changes if you haven't seen them. I urge your recommendation of favorable action on the revised motion. I thank you.
Great. Any comments by select board members? I think I just saw something from Melissa Goff on some amendments. Is that pertaining to this warrant article? Do you know, Neil?
So I forwarded the revised article as was approved by, recommended by the ANF subcommittee to Melissa. I just don't know whether it's been distributed. I didn't see it in the packet.
Yeah, I think I just saw it, like, come
Okay.
across. I'm trying to refresh my.
All right, the changes are quite straightforward, and I can, if you give me 20 seconds, I can tell you what they are. From the article as it was printed in the warrant. I added, at the suggestion of the town clerk, 2 exceptions. One, where changes are mandated by state or federal law. And 2, with respect to changes made pursuant to a collective bargaining agreement, right? No action shall be taken by the clerk except. So the collective bargaining changes allows the town clerk to have conversations with his staff. It was never intended that a change in a spreadsheet or a change in some format subject to collective bargaining would require a public hearing. Certainly not, as I discussed with the clerk, 2 per day. The other change, this warrant article was drafted broadly for scope purposes, and it's been narrowed to 2 specifics that would require hearing. 1, a change in polling location, including for early voting, and 2, a change in practice regarding the verification of voter signatures on nominating petitions, warrant article petitions, and the like. Those are the only two items that will be moved should the A and F article become the main motion.
Great. I see Miriam's hand up.
Thank you. Neil, what exactly would be the change in action for verifying signatures?
So right now, signatures, practice of verifying signatures for nominating petitions and for warrant articles is you bring them into the town clerk. And in fact, they more often than not verify them in real time while you wait. So you can come in 15 minutes before the window slams down at noon or 5 or whatever time the last day is, noon in the case of warrant articles. They will check your petitions. They'll tell you you're too short. You can run around outside the lobby of town hall, fill up the gap. So the registrar of voters can change that so that instead of the town clerk doing the verification, they do the verification, in which case you would turn it in and get it back a couple of days later or whenever they get to it. Those sorts of changes are fundamental. They're not necessarily anticipated. They don't happen very often. But if it's going to happen, they ought to be subject to a public hearing. Nothing here changes anybody's authority. That's the change that's specifically discussed with the town clerk on that side.
Can I just follow up clarifying question? So I'm just trying to understand the why. So how does that, because I'm all about transparency, I'm all about public input, but to me, it seems like in the first instance, if you don't have enough signatures, it gives you an opportunity to get enough signatures. In the second case, you're kind of a duck out of luck. Am I understanding that correctly, or am I misunderstanding it?
So that could be the case. I'm saying that there are consequences to that change, and the public ought to have a right to weigh in on the consequences of that change, which may or may not be apparent to the decision maker. I'm not sure that the committee that makes that decision, if they make it without public input, would be fully informed.
So if I may, I think I share Miriam's confusion. Maybe it's that I didn't pay attention to the problem that we're trying to solve. So I think what I'm hearing is that our current practice is that you can go in and the town clerk basically gives you a heads up if you give them enough time, 20 minutes before the deadline, they can kind of give you a heads up that you're short, the number of signatures. But from time to time, the registrar of voters could just choose to do it after the deadline has passed to verify.
They could do it. They could choose. So this is the example as discussed with the town clerk. They could choose to do it in lieu of the town clerk staff doing it, in which case it would have to wait for them to meet. That's a fundamental change that would impact the ability to know you have an adequate number of signatures either for a warrant article or to run for office. That kind of change deserves public input.
So what I'm hearing from you, Neil, is that discretion currently exists. It's not exercised all that much, but it could be. And you're just trying to put out notice if that particular discretion is used so that everybody kind of understands that that's what's being done.
It would require notice of a meeting, and it would require a public hearing.
Okay.
Right. And in similar fashion, the authority to move a polling place rests with the select board under state law, right? And you could make that decision without input. Right now, you can make that decision without input from the public. If my warrant article passes, there will be a bylaw that would require you to have a public hearing before you made that change.
How often has what you described happened in Brookline? I guess in the past 10 years, if you have that information at all.
So there no change that I'm aware of any substance in the verification of signatures. But there is authority to make that change. The change in polling places happens periodically. We had a school and a library that were under construction, and those polling places were moved, precincts 2 and 8, to Green Street, and then they were moved back. They're not necessarily controversial changes. I'm not sure a decision would have been made any differently, but I think in terms of parking, access, distance to the polls, disability access, the ability of seniors to walk a longer distance or need to drive where they may not have a car, the public, the people who actually live in the neighborhoods, can add a fair amount of information and inform your decision. And I think they have a right to be heard. This is not something that, I think those who have been on the select board or paying attention for any length of time can count on one hand how many times in the last 10 years, maybe two hands anyway, but in the last 10 years that you would have been required to have a public hearing on a change in polling location. This is not something that happens at a weekly meeting or once a month. Years go by in some cases.
Yeah, as you pointed out, it's usually due to construction or COVID.
Right. Or, in this case, we are having a re-precincting. And, it may be that for any particular precinct, and the number of precincts may change, we might see some significant change. I don't anticipate that as a result of re-precincting, you would have to have 16 or 17 or 18 or 20 hearings. You would have one hearing on whatever the list of polling locations that may change would be. And I think appropriately, you should hear from the public.
Speaking of that, this is a public hearing. I think I see one hand raised at least. So let's open it up to the public, and then we can continue talking as a board.
So the first person signed up for public comment is Regina Frawley. I did just promote her, but she might be in the in-between. There we go. Regina, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin. You should be good to go.
My thing went off as Zoom often does for me. Are you calling on me now?
Yes.
Yes, we are.
All right. I haven't read this carefully, Neil, and I will. I promise you, and I'd like to talk to you further about it. But I will say this, that I've noticed that some of the choices, whether it's construction or otherwise, doesn't matter, have been very unfortunate for a lot of people. And even in my precinct, when we were having construction at the library, we were put into the Baker School. This became a real issue for people with disability because the access was available, but it took forever for people who had difficulty walking to get in there and then to walk all the way down into the auditorium and back again. So we started to see a decline in the percentage of seniors who were otherwise faithful voters. So, and voting, as you know, I mean, this is not a secret. This is something that's being discussed. Voting is also a social occasion. People in isolation during COVID have really expressed that need because it really has brought people in, especially in suburban communities, in contact with one another. But having difficulty having access to the actual voting place because of whatever good reason that there's no appropriate other place has really affected people and their ability to vote. I will specifically note in another part of town that it was very unfortunate that people in Precinct 3 had to vote at the Ridley School across Beacon Street. There's a sizable percentage of seniors in that precinct as well. It was a real hardship for them to have to go across Beacon all the way up to the Ridley School to vote. And I think it was reflected in the lower percentages. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public?
At this time, there are 9 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
John, are you a co-petitioner on this warrant article or on the other warrant article? Did you want to make a comment?
On the other one.
Okay. Any other comments by select board members? Otherwise, we could probably move on to the next warrant article that Neil is a co-petitioner on. I will close the public hearing and open the public hearing for, is it warrant article 27? Petitioner requirements for articles. So Neil, do you want to, or John, which one of you want to present?
I'll take it if I may. Thank you, Heather. John Doggett, Advisory Committee and Precinct 13 Town Meeting Member. Good evening, Select Board. Warrant Article 27 is to amend the bylaw 2.1.4, which is entitled Warrant Reports for Articles, in order to require in the warrant article explanation, which that clause covers, a financial impact statement of an article on the town. Many citizen petitioners' warrant articles have been written without addressing the financial impact that their warrant article would have, and BFAC noted that in particular, I think, in their recommendation to improve the warrant process. Warrant Article 27 aims to address this problem by asking petitioners to provide a statement of financial impact as part of the warrant article explanation, but without creating an undue burden for the petitioner. The goal of the article for petitioners is to raise awareness of the petitioner about financial costs of the town of their proposal, and to describe the financial impact to the town in general terms, whether or not there are precise cost amounts known. This is in order to avoid placing an undue burden on the petitioner. I'll talk about that a little bit more later. The goal for the reviewing boards, committees, and commissions, such as yourselves and the AC, for example, is to help the reviewing bodies consider the financial impact of the town in their review of the proposed article, as now town meeting, if they accept this warrant article 27, will now expect this information to be provided where appropriate. Let's consider the potential undue burden placed on the petitioner and the petitioning process. Direct petitioning town government by a citizen is governed by a state law and is a right conditioned only by the need for a minimum of 10 registered voter signatures. In addition to the state law requirement, the town's bylaw 2.1.4 additionally requires an explanation or brief statement to accompany the article submitted. Note that there is no penalty incurred if this is not provided. For example, the article cannot be excluded from the warrant if the explanation is missing, an explanation or an incomplete, there's an incomplete explanation, as might be the case without the financial submission. The warrant article adds the wording to the explanation bylaw 2.1.4, so the warrant explanation includes an estimate of financial impact of the town. I believe you have that in your packet, but let me just read it. The article says, the first sentence, there shall be filed with each article intended for a warrant a brief statement or explanation by the proponent, and we propose adding these words, which shall include the financial impact on the town of implementing the proposed change. So in summary, this warrant article is designed to raise awareness in the petitioners about the financial impact of their warrant articles, place no undue burden on the petitioners. The proposed amendment does not prescribe the lengths and depths of analysis, for example, and it sets an expectation for the reviewing boards, committees, and commissions that town meeting needs financial cost information to consider the impact of the proposed article. Thank you very much.
Great. Any comments by select board members? While you guys are mulling that over, might I inquire, Neil and John, so I recently appeared before the Public Safety Subcommittee of the AC and was given I think a 3-page questionnaire. Is that the questionnaire that you have developed, or is this a completely different effort?
So that's the questionnaire that was developed by the advisory committee to help the advisory committee. This is in advance of that. At the time of filing a warrant article, we know that there's a current obligation, contrary to state law, but a current obligation by bylaw to include an explanation. And this is really a very soft ask to include financial information. As John said, it's drafted so as not to impose an undue burden on the petitioner. It's also drafted as to not impose an undue burden on the staff. Because what we don't want is every petitioner to have to call Melissa, for example, and say, I need a thorough analysis. Help me with how much this is going to cost. If, for example, we see lots of warrant articles that may require, I believe the community outreach, it was Lloyd Gelano's testimony to advisory that he could do it, but he needed a half-time employee. Well, a half-time employee is not real hard to figure out in some basic range what the financial impact of that would be. It doesn't require an analysis that includes, FICA and pension benefit and how much is the desk and how much in office supplies and so on and so forth. We're looking for really sort of basic start, think about it. If you go through the history of warrant articles that cost money, a lot of them are just silent, and that we think ought to be corrected.
And how would you, let's say, because from time to time we get completely new people file a warrant article that are not town meeting members. They don't really know the process. How might you get this in front of them? How might they become aware that this is a soft requirement?
So how to file a warrant article is on the town website. You may know that Sean Lynn Jones and I have twice, sponsored by the League of Women Voters, done a seminar, once live, once Zoom, on how to file a warrant article. There's information out. It's in, it's in the town meeting files section.
Great.
I also think
excuse
me.
Oh, sorry, John.
I was just going to say that.
No, go ahead.
Sorry for interrupting. Also I heard that the moderator has said that she would be interested in helping certainly first-time warrant article writers, particularly those who are not involved in the town government process, to help them. And this will be added to that. And that's another reason why it's also in the bylaw. It's there for everybody to read, and it applies to across the town, to every board and commission and committee can see it. The AC does its own process, and incorporating that, I'm sure, just now, as Neil has described, but this will be sort of for the entire town and the entire warrant article process.
So I see Miriam's hand raised, and then I will go to the public.
Thank you. So I'm just curious, having just gone through special town meeting for the geothermal, one of the things about the geothermal, and now there's this very robust discussion happening on the listserv. I see John is already, you know where this is going, right? So how do we then quantify both the returns on, let's say we're doing an environmentally, sustainable warrant article that's going to have some returns for us, and also how, what is the requirement, or is there any requirement to quantify that in the financial disclosure, for lack of a better descriptor. And also, I think it is important, and this is part of the discussion also happening on the listserv, is the non-quantifiable, both costs and benefits. Where do those fit in here?
Oh, it's an excellent question, Miriam. I think the geothermal, the heat pumps, are in that presentation are a fantastic amount of detail. I thought was impressive, and to specify something like that in our bylaw, for example, that we're proposing, will be, we believe, an undue burden. While some, and when we're spending $5 million on significant option, I think we expect, I think we got more than we expected. I think is tremendous. So it runs the gamut from that, as an example, to asking for an extra $1,000 to do something in a particular department, which is a fairly simple request and wouldn't require much explanation. So it has to cover that. And we again come back to this the state requirement that citizens require acts should not be impeded in their ability to petition. So therefore, that we've left it basically very loose. Some will be criticized that I've had a criticism to that effect, and I'd seen no way around it except that in the process, since it is a requirement on the table, there is an expectation that town meeting will get that, if they voted in, then the committees, the reviewing boards and committees could perhaps ask for more in that process and provide help if necessary. If an in-depth analysis such as Dave Gaishok did with that with the engineers is needed, then we'll obviously need either professional help from the department help, and that would be put in place, I would believe, by that reviewing committee who feels that is necessary for that article to be presented to town meeting. But I think it's a question of balance and also not imposing too much on a petitioner, particularly, as I say, a first-time petitioner. And the other points that you had to raise there, Miriam, about other things. We were dealing with the budget and finance, so that's obviously a real focus of all of us. But clearly, the things that I mentioned, like the cost of carbon, for example, or the social costs and so forth, the softer costs, there's no reason why they can't be added in by a petitioner who's aware of those and add them in. That certainly would, in fact, encourage them to think along those lines and perhaps broaden that financial cost that we thought as a budgetary thing a little bit broader than that. We don't see that there's any reason why they shouldn't.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's open it up to the public. Let's hear from Regina first.
Hi, Regina, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and your time will begin. Just let us know which article you are giving comment on.
The current one.
Great.
I've done a number of warrant articles that succeeded, became bylaws. They always were questions of what would it cost staff time because they're procedural. So therefore, it's the current staff that usually has to help implement. There's always been a conflict. The Board of Selectmen, who don't particularly like public process, no matter what you say, always would say it's going to be too difficult, too expensive, etc. And every so often, a staff person will say, no, not really. And so it really came down to he said, she said, as to how town meeting voted. How can we count on reliable assistance with good faith on both parts, the petitioner and the information providers, to come to a proper number so that we understand what this would actually cost in staff time usually? Or if the articles are outside of staff, how do they get that kind of assistance? Because I think if you're going to put a requirement in, you have to provide a way for that requirement to be met and not put the entire burden on the petitioner. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if the petitioners want to try to address that right now. We do have, I think, somebody else who may have signed up to speak, but it's unclear whether or not they think they're speaking on this warrant article or the previous warrant article. I technically opened and closed the warrant article or the public hearing for 29? But if they want to speak, we're not going to say no.
maybe if the petitioners want to address Ms. Frawley's comment, I can figure out who all is looking to make a comment next.
So I'll try the quick answer. We drafted in as non-prescriptive a way as possible. We didn't want a form. We didn't want detail. We didn't want to burden naive or even experienced petitioners, and we didn't want to burden the staff. What we say is, if you're bringing a warrant article, please consider whether there are costs involved. Ask. We didn't say much more than that. Please consider if there are costs involved, and say something about it. That's the minimum bar that we intend to put into the bylaw.
Any comments by select board members while we continue to investigate whether or not somebody else wants to speak from the public? Much more straightforward than the last one. Have you already presented in front of advisory?
Not yet.
Okay. Subcommittee of advisory?
I think it's going to be advisory as the subcommittee, the full committee.
Okay. If we don't have any other comments by the public, I can close the public hearing. Any other comments by select board members? We will most likely not vote on this warrant article this week. Deborah, did you want to speak on this warrant article or the previous one?
This warrant article.
Okay.
And I'll be brief.
Great.
This like takes me back to first year law school. And there's two expressions that come to mind. Void for vagueness. You know, if you're asking people to provide information, you need to tell them the kind of information you want them to provide. And I understand that's not your intent or purpose, but then it leaves it up to anybody looking at it to decide whether it's adequate. And so, you know, that's just too vague. And then you put the town in the position of potentially having to deal with due process questions of people saying that what we came up with as a town is arbitrary and capricious. I appreciate the intent, but this bylaw is not suitable for trying to hold anybody to that standard. I mean, there's not enough meat to it. It's a recipe for you don't like it, so you're asking for more information than you ask somebody else. And then what's the recourse? So I agree with the intent, but I think it needs to be fleshed out more. Thank you.
May I respond?
Yes, of course.
It's an excellent point, Deborah, and it really speaks to the balance that is required. And it's tough to figure out what the language is. I know that the town of Lexington had a similar kind of concept, but implemented it with spreadsheets and tremendous amount of complexity, and it got voted down, not surprisingly, I thought. So I think this is a start. We see this as a first step. And can we make it more specific? We'd love to. Be able to offer you more specificity, and knowing that the petitioners can handle it, it can be useful, more useful perhaps. But let's start here, I would recommend, and then see what we need to add later on in order that we reach closer to that hard stop, which is we can't impede the citizen petitioner. So that's what I would counsel for.
Yeah, let me just add, the existing bylaw requires an explanation. It makes it says nothing more than that. It just requires an explanation of the warrant article. It doesn't tell you what you have to explain. There's no who, what, where. It just says an explanation. And they come in every flavor. And by the way, no one has, in my experience on the advisory committee or town meeting, ever criticized a petitioner's explanation as such as being deficient.
Well, thank you very much for the presentation. Any other members of the public? Devin?
At this time, there are 8 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Any comments by board members before we move on? Thank you again for making the time. I know that you both serve on the advisory committee, which is going on tonight as
Right
well.
now.
We'll let you get back.
Thank you.
That. Thank you very much.
Listening, thank you.
So that concludes our new business, so to speak, on warrant articles. Let's go back to old business. We've got, I think, 3 warrant articles that we heard, was it 2 weeks ago now? It's getting really hard to remember. So let's take them in numeric order, and I will technically close that public hearing for warrant article 27. So warrant articles 11, 12, and 13. Let's start with 11, which is the home rule quorum. Any discussion by select board members on what we heard and what your position is following that presentation? I'll just say that I agree with the intent. I'm just, and maybe this is just me as a stickler, I don't think using a home rule petition was the way to go on this one. I think you could accomplish what you wanted to accomplish by using a resolution. But I will defer to the rest of my members to talk about their thoughts on this particular warrant article.
If I could just provide an update. I just wanted to provide you an update on this particular article. So the advisory committee is going through a new process with warrant articles this year, and that they are only weighing in on articles that have financial implications. So this particular article, they have chosen to write a report that summarizes the article, the pros and the cons, but they have not made a recommendation on the article. So normally you'd have that in order to be able to weigh some of your decision making, but at this point, just the report on the article itself is what they'll be providing to town meeting.
Very interesting. They've talked about doing that for years. It will be interesting to watch that process unfold, since it's a deviation from past practice. Any other, John?
Okay, thank you. I sort of see a connection to what we were discussing earlier in this meeting, you know, having to do with translations and also, you know, audio services and so on. I guess I'm a little bit troubled by the possibility that in fashioning a home rule petition on this, we then do, you know, sort of by home rule petition and by legislative mandate, what we're seeking to accomplish with a bylaw change. And in both instances, I kind of get back to the question I started with, which is, are we in non-compliance with civil rights law? Because if we are in non-compliance with civil rights law, we need to do something about it right away, and we can't wait for a home rule petition. If we're in compliance with civil rights law, I'm not sure why we have to double up on what is civil rights law by sort of restating civil rights law in the form of a home rule petition that would seek, you know, to have Brookline provide audiovisual accessibility for all public meetings. So, you know, Miriam probably has a you know, very worthy, some very worthy information and perspective to add to that. But I'm at this point just asking it as a question.
I'm not sure I really followed your question, John.
I apologize.
Um,
I hope somebody out there did.
Miriam, do you have any? No? Okay.
Is this
So
the article that we're talking about now? Or are you referring to the article we're talking about now, John? Home rule petition to exempt us from the quorum requirements?
No. I thought we were talking about Article 11.
Okay, am I screwed up and looking at the wrong thing in my packet?
I apologize if I have gotten the wrong article in front of me.
Maybe I did.
But yeah.
So
It sounds to me like that I did get the wrong article in front of me.
Okay, that's why I'm confused.
All right.
Melissa, let's hear from Melissa.
I'm the one who's confused.
So 11 and 12 are kind of a combo article. 11 is for the home rule petition that would allow us to not have physical quorums, so that hybrid meetings would be allowed regardless of who was in the room from the committees. Article 12 is a resolution supportive of that effort that essentially is encouraging the select board to allow for hybrid meetings. The advisory committee did weigh in on 12, and I do have language that I can pull up when you're ready to talk about that. But for 11, they currently are just making a report.
Miriam, and then Bernard.
I mean, my general feeling, Heather, is this is a both and situation. Like both, let's do this and let's do whatever gets us there first. So I just don't see, I plan to vote yes for 11 and I plan to vote yes for 12 because I don't see the downside.
Bernard?
Yeah, my only concern is that in-person meetings, including a quorum of the board, I think has some advantages. It's a completely different meeting. People think differently when we're on Zoom, and I'm not sure I want to eliminate the requirement that there be at least a quorum in person where people can actually see, touch, and smell you.
John.
And I want to apologize for getting lost and looking at the wrong thing as we were having this discussion, and people should just disregard everything I said previously. I think this is a good kind of a belt and suspenders proposal, and I believe I've spoken in favor of it previously. We don't know by what means we're eventually going to be set up to do hybrid meetings permanently, but we probably are best to pursue whatever avenues are available right now.
Miriam.
And yes to what John just said, and also I think to emphasize that this is, because I sit on the Disability Commission, this is really an important way for people with disabilities to be able to access meetings, people with mobility issues, single parents. I think this is a real equity issue here as well. So I think it's important to highlight that.
But does this, this doesn't affect the audience. This is the members of the committee.
Yeah, but those members, like on the Disability Commission, all those members of the committee have disabilities.
Right.
So it could hinder participation of a more diverse set of committee members.
Okay, got it.
There's a lot to unpack here. The philosophy of whether or not we think things are going to go back to the way that we remember them prior to COVID. I think that ship has sailed, and we really don't yet understand how different the new normal will be. Equity issues, so many of our boards and commissions, including this one, is, basically volunteers. So doing things once a week at night when something gets canceled due to snow, due to, any kind of event, you lose a week, if you can't meet. So I think that this is the engagement of the future. And so I will be supporting it philosophically, and I will probably vote yes. I just wish it had been a resolution, just because I think we need to be very selective as to what we file for home rule petitions. My understanding is that our state legislators spend numerous hours on home rule petitions, and I just want to be very respectful of their time on the particular issue that cannot be done any other way besides home rule. Are we ready to vote on this? So I'll move favorable action and see what happens. I'll move favorable action on warrant article 11. All those in favor? Bernard.
Yeah, I'm going to abstain because I'm not comfortable voting yes, but I don't want to, preclude voting yes. So I don't want to vote no. So abstain.
Okay. John.
I'm voting yes.
Miriam.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Okay, moving on to warrant article 12. We got a preview. Melissa, just
So
remind me.
I have language that I'm going to be sharing
Yes,
with you.
please.
So hopefully you can see this pretty well.
If I went really, really hard.
How's that? Is that a little better?
Right up to this.
Yes. Thank you.
So these are the changes made by the subcommittee and then subsequently adopted by the full advisory committee, and that vote was 21-3-0.
And do we know how the petitioner feels?
I do not. I believe the petitioner is currently at the advisory committee discussing Article 13.
Okay.
I am going to promote Bonnie Bastion.
Oh, great.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Very good. We just wanted to check in with you about how you feel about the changes that are proposed.
Yes, we are going to be moving our original language. We feel that the AC version has watered it down too much for what we're trying to do. These are equity issues, and I think as long as we are working closely with town staff, which I feel like we are, and we have been told that it is not an outsized ask. We're going to push forward because this is really, really important.
So Melissa, can you just maybe describe why the advisory committee felt so strongly about these particular changes?
Sure. So I think, we're obviously supportive of hybrid meetings and have been doing work to support that effort, but we have not run a hybrid meeting yet. And so given the fact that we still have the mask mandate and uncertainty around when it's lifted, we just want to make sure that we're being realistic in what we can provide. And so the advisory committee language was made in order to kind of give staff that little bit of extra room in order to meet the requirements of the resolution.
So I think I saw a hand raised by Mike Toffel while Devin investigates that. Miriam, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I'm just curious because, and maybe I'm reading it wrong, but it seems to me that changes in the first bullet point, Brookline Town Meeting calls on the select board, it changes it to not actually say the select board has to do this, but rather that it shows an outline, including cost. Am I missing something?
That's correct.
So, and I think, not knowing kind of what the potential desire is on all boards, commissions, and committees, there might be some boards, commissions, and committees that may not, hybrid meetings may not be realistic for them. The Board of Assessors only has 3 members. I don't know how often they have participation outside of that 3 membership. There might be other committees that are in other buildings that it may not make sense. And especially given that we don't know whether or not we even have the authority to implement hybrid meetings, equipping all the rooms without knowing that might be premature as well.
How do board members feel realizing that there are 2 competing versions? John.
Well, frankly, I feel like I need more time. Do we have more time? Do we have to vote on this, having just now seen the advisory committee language changes?
We probably could put it off, but I don't want to put it off too much, because one of the problems with putting everything off is that Melissa is only one person and she writes up all of our recommendations for the combined reports.
Mike Toffel's got his hand up, yeah.
Hello, thanks. Mike Toffel, a co-petitioner here. I think the point that Miriam just raised is really important. Remember, this was already just a resolution, and the resolution called for a 1-year implementation of ensuring that we had the technology set up to run hybrid meetings. AC has significantly softened it, saying in 1 year we should have a plan. Seems to me we should have a plan already, or if not, maybe in a month. And the rollout and the piloting should be begun right away. I believe right now the plan is to have the select board be the pilot. But if I understand correctly, the select board has decided not to meet in person until after mask mandates are lifted, which seems to me makes the select board not a very good pilot. It means the select board should learn from other groups who don't have that policy and who are comfortable meeting hybrid even today. So I think there's an opportunity to get going on this. A resolution, which is not a bylaw, a resolution calling for a goal of 1 year seems to me and our co-petitioners already quite flexible. And I am surprised AC has sought to water it down even further, but it is quite different. And I'm quite confident the petitioners will not accept the AC's motion and will make its own motion. So I would encourage you to vote maybe on both if you feel like it, but just voting on the AC's version will leave you without a voice on the motion that we will surely move. Thank you.
So Miriam has her hand up.
Thank you, Heather. Thank you, Mike and Bonnie. So I would not vote for the AC motion. I think this is the time to get that technology up and going. I think this is a great use for ARPA funds, frankly. I think that this is the future. And that just because we have hybrid meeting capability doesn't mean every meeting has to be hybrid. Those two things are not, they don't follow each other. Meetings can work out however the people at the meeting need them to work out. But I think this is an opportunity, and I'm supporting the original language. So that's where I stand.
I want to recognize Bonnie, but I would like to, put my own thoughts out. We haven't really heard from Bernard. So Bonnie, did you have a specific item to address based on stuff that's been brought up?
Yes. The difference between pushing to have these things installed a year from now and just having a plan a year from now is enormous as far as an equity lens, because myself personally, once April 1st passes, and if there isn't some kind of extension for remote meetings, that's going to begin to lessen my ability to participate in these meetings. The amount that I can engage in town government is going to shrink. So it is imperative that we move as realistically fast as possible to get these things installed, because the longer we wait, the more people that we have been able to bring in will be falling off. So I think the timeline here is critical. And again, it is a resolution. So there's flexibility here. We also have not made this a bylaw where we are demanding that every meeting meet in a hybrid fashion. That is not the case. This is This is a resolution to make sure that it's possible for every meeting to be as accessible as possible. That's it.
Thank you. Boy, I'm really torn on this. So I think it's kind of unfair to think that the select board will not serve as the guinea pig. I don't know any other board or commission in town that is meeting primarily in person. I could be wrong. Does anybody else know of any board or commission? But they have been taking their cues from the select board. So I think it's false to think that just because we announce that we're going to follow the mask mandate, that the select board will not be the first subject of this warrant article. Bernard, I saw your hand go up.
Yeah, I'm back and forth. I think I'm more inclined to go with the advisory committee version, just because we don't know a lot of things, and the cost is going to be significant. Aren't our major meeting rooms already more or less equipped to do this? I mean, the select board meeting, the first floor meetings in town hall.
So this is to enable this is to enable hybrid meetings, Bernard. And so we've started with the select board hearing room because it's the most complex. I think this is the recommendation from the IT department and other staff who have been working and done implementations on Zoom and kind of understand the experience of the existing staff and the capabilities. And starting with the most complex might seem frustrating, but I think that making sure that we have IT support, undivided attention from IT for our most complex. I'm sure that's part of the reason why that the IT department recommended it in this order.
Okay, recommended the advisory committee changes?
No, that we start with the select board for implementation.
Okay.
So Bonnie, I see your hand up again. Real quick.
It's not up. I'm sorry. I just didn't put it back down. My fault.
Okay. No worries. Thank you. Sorry, John. If you can try to use the hand raise feature when we're in presentation mode, it just helps me out a lot.
I agree. It's getting late and I'm not at my best here. So I can feel that this is moving a little bit towards the advisory committee motion, and I'm going to go that direction too. And I want to say this with all respect to the sponsors of the original language of this. I just am getting increasingly uncomfortable with ignoring town staff when they say, that there are hurdles in what is being proposed, and they're just asking for a little bit more flexibility and a little bit more time to get things accomplished. Because frankly, I think our staff has been under an enormous burden in the past year and a half. And I think sometimes the strain shows in the ability of all of us to focus. I mean, I was pretty unfocused just a few minutes ago on something. And part of the reason is we're juggling so many articles and so many different topics, and we're trying to figure out what is the latest revision and can we get the votes taken on time, and timetable is very tight. And I think we need to, whenever possible, cut each other a little slack, take it seriously when the administrative staff says they need a little wiggle room on this, and give them the wiggle room, because in the end, we're gonna get this done. We're gonna move on to a different form of doing meetings that is going to be accessible to the maximum extent possible. And if it takes a little bit more time for us to get it right, I think we should allow it a little bit more time.
I share John's sentiment that, I don't really want to use the word disrespectful, but I'm going to defer to staff when they tell me that it is going to be challenging to try to meet the deadline, regardless of whether or not this is a resolution. I do acknowledge and appreciate that the petitioners did not file a bylaw and that they chose to file a resolution. But my staff is not telling me that this is the way to go with the original language. So I will probably support the AC, but we will vote on both language. So any other comments before I move the original petitioner's motion? Seeing none, I will move the original petitioner's motion language under warrant article 12. I'm sorry, it is getting late. All those in favor, Bernard,
No.
John,
No.
Miriam,
Yes.
and the chair votes no. So I will move on to the amended AC version for warrant article 12. All those in favor, Bernard,
Yes.
John,
Yes.
Miriam,
No.
and the chair votes yes. Thank you so much. We shall see what happens at town meeting.
Thank you.
Finally, warrant article 13, roll call votes. So from what I remember, this is roll call votes for every board and commission minus votes on minutes. Any discussion by select board members? Bernard?
Yeah, there's no controversy here, is there? I mean, most of the committees I'm on do it anyway, including minutes. So
I'm sure there will be controversy, of course. But I do believe that now that we're operating in this virtual reality, that we've had to do roll call votes, and it's becoming normalized. So I am very much in favor of this, but want to hear from other select board members. Okay, well, I see a lot of thumbs up. Should we just, is there any competing language from advisory? I assume this doesn't really cost us anything, so maybe they've chosen not to.
I believe they took this up tonight. I don't know, Mike, if you have an update for the group. I thought this was on their docket tonight.
Well, we could always move for reconsideration. Okay, so I'm inclined to move the language of warrant article 13. All those in favor? Bernard,
aye.
John,
Aye.
Miriam,
Aye.
and the chair votes aye. That might be our meeting. So I appreciate everybody and their warrant articles and their thoughts. This is always interesting. Well, have a very good night.
Okay.
We'll be
Bye.
back this week.